Time to fight more aliens and hopefully not get wiped out again this time. Well, we almost got wiped last time, but it's fine. Bounced back. Welcome in, Cass, Unknown, and Shug. Hope you're all having a good week so far. Congratulations to Cass for getting the first. Unknown has asked how many times will they die tonight, Commander? Depends how many times you get shot. I don't control the alien. Shug says hello. Hopefully, maybe Unknown won't die at all. No, they might. Cass says they got food on the way. They're gonna have a pizza, calzone, a panzerotto. Definitely gonna help battling the big set. Hope you feel better soon, Cass. I think you've been ill lately as well, so definitely, like, on all fronts, hope you feel better soon. Shug's asking, doesn't the faith... Oh, Unknown says that the faith in me is waning. Shug's asking, doesn't the faith recharge in the 6.75 days between XCOMs? Apparently not. Need to get rid of the whole batch at this point. But, yeah. So that's a battleship and then 4 hours to recover it. Last time, okay, let's start with the good news. We have plasma rifles. I think we're researching, apparently, yeah, we're researching plasma cannons. We're then, I think, good to go for maybe something else. Is this research underway? Yes, fighter craft. So we are making progress. We're getting closer to what we need to be using way before this point we're at now, but we're getting there. We also have plasma rifles that we can use. The soldiers are not doing so hot. There's a almost 1-to-1 ratio of soldiers recruited to soldiers lost, which is not the best. April was brutal, we'll say, because of the Rattleship incident. But we, as I say, bounced back. The manufacturing facility is now printing us money, which is good. It's actually fantastic. This is going to be the thing that saves the run. Is just the fact that no matter how bad it gets, we can just print more money. Eventually, they will be producing other things as well, but we'll worry about that when we actually need to start producing said things. Wait, can I have more? No, the workshops are fully stocked at the moment. I could have more. Throw another living waters and another thing in. Same as, I think I now have access to the research for the hyperwave decoder. I do. And then the flying suit is quite nice to get as well. But we're going to be just hammering through the big research over here. Hopefully, when this finishes. We'll see. Because we are very far behind the curve. I have a crash site right here. I have a crash site right here. Do I need to put any new soldiers on? No, I don't. Are we good for equipment? That's an interceptor, not a Sky Ranger. That's fine. Equipment is... Right, everyone's now carrying a stun rod just in case we run into missions where I can take a leader. I did double check the research path, and I did use my leader early. I misremembered. I thought it was that you had to use any leader to get onto Alien Origins. It's actually any live alien, so we could have just used one of the Snakeman soldiers for that. Then we could have used the leader straight away, which would then put us on to trying to get a commander. But I think that's when the game, no matter how early in the game you are, then starts throwing any possible alien and ship and alien mission at you that it can. So maybe it's for the best that we butchered that order. Oh yeah, do we have any spares? Raspberry Pavlo, yeah, that's right, we don't really care about armor at this point. We'll make flying suits when we get there. So you just go to a crash site. Nice little warm-up. It's not a terror ship, thankfully. But depending on how this goes, we might be either close to finishing it this week, but it will, provided we don't end up with like horrific situation when we start losing all the bases as well, we'll be done by next week, definitely. And then we can relax, we can celebrate the aliens we defeated. You can go outside without fear of being abducted again. Parasite 11. Is that everything I need? Yep. Who hasn't got the equipment? No, that's everything. Oh, do I not have 14 soldiers? That might be the problem. No, I think I do. Very nice corner. Play this safe. So I mentioned last stream that there's different things I would do. Handle things differently. For a start, I think I would have started with laser weapons and moved to motion scanners later. I also think I would have focused on getting research up and running at the main base, and worried about manufacturing basically what we did with a second base, as opposed to doing some sort of weird split. Okay, Cass. Have fun. Don't get shot. Cass is get shot. You're a squatty. I get to name some squaddies after this, assuming they survive. Just kind of a big if. See, Goofy's still with us. But yeah, laser rifles, I'd get to that as soon as I could. Which means we would have had a chance at the first sector, terror mission, if it rolled sectoids for us. Then I would have... we would have got Alien Origins sooner. Could have got a captain, sorry, the alien leader, and had it useful. Ready? I also would have definitely gunned it through for a interception craft. But all things considered, I think we've done alright. Apart from the mass casualties we've been sustaining, but that's original XCOM, baby. That's how it roll. It's a lot easier to keep people alive in the Firaxis XCOM. It's actually a lot easier to keep people alive in the non-Microprose XCOM and UFO games, if I'm gonna be honest. The UFO Aftermath Shock Light series, apart from various sudden difficulty spikes, it's pretty easy to keep people alive in those. Firaxis XCOM, again, pretty easy, provided you don't do anything stupid. It's a lot more forgiving. Okay, we got 2 doors. Could be 2 aliens, or could just be one very speedy boy. Now, what's worrying is I haven't... go some a little bit. We haven't seen a barn or a house yet. Good. Y'all get to go have a little bit of a look. One of the also unfortunate things is we don't have, and we could have had it, we don't have early access to psionics, which would have been a huge game changer, would have accelerated winning. It was going to be like here. Now, I could have done that. We could have had it, debatably, if I'd done the mind probe so we could identify which aliens we would take, which aliens we wouldn't. Which would also have had the weird knock-on effect of we'd have a higher survival rate. Because I wouldn't be going, ah, that alien is relatively close, let's go stun it and see what it is. We could just use someone sat on the Sky Ranger. Or somewhere. Tell them to use the mind probe. Point the alien because you don't need a line of sight, you just need to have detected it. If anyone sees it, fair game. Then we could have seen what alien we're dealing with. Also means we could have got a navigator much sooner as well. There's one in the UFO. There's one still around here where they're moving, I think. Then we're going to send Sugar through the orchard. Goofy... Well, there's an orchard on both sides. That does make this easy to explain what we're going to do. Goofy can go through. Don't eat any of the apple. Cass can go through as well. Guild Wars will back them up. I love how much I've mutated the name of Unknown Host at this point. Now, the other thing we have to be careful, I know I say it now a lot when I'm doing this. We have to be careful. I don't know if it's now, but there's 2 alien races we haven't seen, and if I remember right, the RNG is a little bit weird for which one you get when, because they technically both become available at the same time. But one of the alien races doesn't have all of the unit types that it should. So it's excluded, or much less likely than the other one for certain types of ship. And I think the RNG is sort of broken on like the first month they can both appear, where the genuine harder one of the two. Okay, it's Snake Man. Fine. The harder one of the two can just has a higher chance to appear for terror ships as well, which is not great because the harder one of the two has the hardest terror unit in the game. Meanwhile, the other race has... what's the best way to word this? A joke and a little bit of a more threatening unit for its terror unit. It gets 2. Liking how this is going to end up going. Don't like how we haven't seen the UFO yet either. The good news, or I guess the silver lining to it all, the harder of the two races, the reason why they're harder, the main reason, is that unlike the sectoids, where it's only the leader and I think it would be the commander as well, this have psionics, every member of the aliens for that race we haven't seen is psychic, so I could just hit one with a stick and then we're good. But it's then going to take us like another month to get off the ground for our own psychics, so might not be able to have fun with that. They're moving in and out of the UFO, or is it a large scout? Don't know which way it's going to be. Smoke of these apples, pretty good. Ruins the harvest, I'm sure, but maybe there's a market out there for pre-smoked apple. UFO. Yeah, it's a medium. Okay, that's why I'm hearing a door. Can you just split the group a little bit here? Yes, there could have been something here because of the door isn't. But there's a barn over here. Get Cass to go have a look. Maybe. Shug says those aliens still avariciously stealing the apples. I'm telling you, if their rations were better, maybe they'd leave our little farmlands alone, but no. They keep crashing. Just so happens to be where they can make apple pies. There's so many houses here. Big house, big barn. I think this is a barn, not a house. Nope, there's a window by here, so that has to be a house. Man, we're gonna be clearing so many buildings. Tempted to shoot through the hedge and just cut through that way. To catch up some. Cass says, damn it aliens, get your own apples? Maybe that's why they're here. They heard that... Well, that was fun. That shot came from here or like here. I don't know which one. Came from there. Fired one shot and stopped. Wait, did that come out of the... No, that's the one that I think we saw. No? We saw it over like here. That guy was just... Oh! Oh, okay, so it did come out of the UFO. Well, thankfully the door, I think, is blocking the line of sight here, but... There's no way that's all of the aliens. Even with the crash. See, I was tempted to throw a smoke grenade here, but that still wouldn't have stayed Cass. I would have had to have thrown the smoke grenade over here, and even that might not have saved Cass. But it looks like heavy plasma are going to be on the menu.
Because it's about as stealthy as two skeletons fucking in a trash can.
Oh, there was no stealth here at all. We're just walking across areas. If we were inside the UFO trying to be sneaky, then yeah, stealth would have been great, but here was just like... I've never seen 3 snake men outside of a UFO before. But welcome to XCOM, I guess. Probably shouldn't be doing this like this. If the snake man we saw over here wasn't the one that's come down this way, then we're gonna have some fun. I don't like the fact that we're gonna get funneled that way too. So I'm gonna have Shug get over here, get ready to shoot through that wall. Goofy is gonna come over here, shoot through this wall. We're putting a lot of faith in that door. Who have I missed? Oh yeah, you. Come over here. Another... Sir, a second snake man has left the ship. And I know I heard another door. A regular door. So it's either over here in the back somewhere, or it's over here in the back somewhere. Unusual alien behavior we've got going on here. With the snake men deciding to come out of the UFO. What are your reaction? Man, that's probably a bad idea, but we're gonna go with it. Need to check around the back of the UFO at this point.
I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
I don't know what the Vatican's stance is on alien invasions, but I know my stance is that Coley MFB is a really good streamer. I've not done any shoutouts yet, actually. Let's keep the tension a little bit there. Cassie's a shoutout. Unknown needs one. I know they were playing, Unknown has started playing, I think, a game they have a playtest key for. And Coley is, I think, trying to speedrun Final Fantasy 16, if I caught the stream right. But they're also far enough in it at this point that I tend to lurk because I'm trying to avoid spoilers. So I don't know if they've done a new run for the speedrun or what, but apparently they're trying to speedrun it. Hope you're doing alright as well, Coley. Cass says it's a free playtest on the Steam page of the game, so it's a demo. Oh, it's functionally a demo kind of deal, right? Like when Next Fest happens, and then suddenly every game has a demo, but it's kind of weird the way they work. I'm gonna have the science team sort of just post up outside this house like they're looking for illegal activity and they're part of the FBI. Yogurt can go over this way with Unknown 6. Cody says the speedrun was clickbait. Oh. I thought you'd finished it and started a new run, so I just completely sort of lurked it because I didn't want spoilers. Cody says they're doing alright today. How about myself? I had a pretty interesting work day yesterday. I thought I left someone behind in the orchard. You're coming this way. So today was just sort of tying up a few things, getting ready for next week, really, rather than this week. But it was fine. Tuesday was a bit of a mess. There was no Guild Wars stream this week because I got vaccinated for like 3 types of flu Tuesday. And that absolutely knocked out my ability to do anything for like 2 days. Apart from sit in a meeting and just nod my head. That was dangerous. I think I heard of the UFO door, so that one of the aliens is definitely still inside. We know there's another one outside because we heard another door. Well, outside. This door back there. Go here, hide there. Wait for Guild Wars to back you up. Honestly, I think we're just gonna do the breach now. Juggle doing both at the same time. Congratulations, Shug, you're going in with Goofy and someone I haven't named. We're gonna need 2 people for this. Maybe? Yeah, the door's open upstairs. Okay. So, there's one alien here, possibly on the rooftop, which is gonna be dangerous. I don't think we get roof access. We don't get roof access on this one. If we did, I would have one person go here and watch across while the other one goes through the levels. Kind of like the movie Raid. Wait, is it not a crash site? It's not. The Illyrium hasn't detonated, has it? Might have detonated. Let's see. Cass says kinda. I don't. Unless the playtest gives you the full game as well, I don't really see much of a difference between Steam Next Fest type demos where they just, here's the demo of the game, which is functionally our early access, but it's like time gated, and playtest. For example, what is it called? I'm just gonna pull it up on Steam. Rig Riot recently went from playtest to demo because it's apparently now got a actual like planned release date. But I've played both the playtest and the demo and they're exactly the same. The difference is that like the demo is, they say it's a demo because it looks a little bit more polished than the playtest was. The way companies use terms nowadays, it's weird. I think we're just gonna turn here. Yes, there's definitely one still inside. I think there's... This is gonna be dangerous. Which is gonna be funny because Unknown's gonna walk up here. And then we're gonna try to peek through this window. Cass says they notice a lack of Cass. Did Hosty push them in front of a bullet again? I thought that's why you did the about as subtle as 2 skeletons in a trash can thing. Because you were stood here and then an alien just walked out of the UFO and shot you. And then we found out there were 2 other aliens over here, so really it could have been any of them, but I'm pretty sure the shot came here, not from here. But yeah, you died. Because for the first time that I've seen in ever, the snake men are leaving the UFO, or just all like being pathed this way, which is insane snake behavior. I don't appreciate it. Cody says they're about halfway into Final Fantasy 16. They left the game when they took a stream hiatus. They'll probably be back in it next week, sometime after Tuesday. Tuesday is their birthday. Happy birthday in advance, Cody. I don't know if you've got anything planned for the Tuesday. In terms of, like, just in general, not just, like, Twitch side of things. But if you do have plans or you're seeing friends or anything like that, I hope you have a good time. Hope it goes well. It'll give us to plan. Like, breaching a UFO. Yep, we have a Illyrium. I'm gonna leave Shug outside the UFO, actually. Because if anything comes through this door, I don't want it to somehow spot Shug if he's stood by here. Good. Science team, sit by there. Good enough reactions. If it... I know floaters have an issue going down. I don't know if other creatures have an issue going down. If it tries to come down the stairs, we should be able to shoot. Hopefully. Kes says, God damn it, Hosty. Unknown says, look, they're sorry, okay? They were just trying to give a hug and they accidentally tripped. That's why you're breaching this building over here, and you're going to be responsible for keeping... Who's this? Ladislav alive. And if Ladislav dies, then you're going in here to fight a snake man. Could be funny. Coda says they might actually be back on Final Fantasy 16 Wednesday because Tuesday is their birthday, then 2 days later is the sister's birthday on Thursday. You have a really close birthday with your sibling, which I kind of find like a little bit funny. Normally there's like months apart for siblings, but that must make like growing up really interesting with like kind of having to share the birthday, I guess. Or maybe you didn't. So, you're telling me that alien... Okay, thanks, that's great. That alien came through, ate a plasma shot, and then left. After killing... See, maybe it's a good thing I didn't bring Shug in. It's gonna be over here somewhere. Yeah, I figured you'd be over here as well. I don't like how you're just stood there. That's not gonna do anything. Do it anyway. Fine. Oh, hi! Don't miss. I mean, you also could have missed and not killed it, which would have been a repeat of over here. I'm gonna have you breach through here because I don't want to walk the hallway around. Cass says no, they did the 2 skeletons in a trash can because it was shiny button. Ah, I see. It's difficult to resist a very shiny button, isn't it? Gotta press it, especially if it's a big red shiny button. The other building's gonna take a second. Can you get lucky and... Thank you. Go forth, science team. I gotta hope that didn't think it would work, but we tried. Yeah, how about you kill it this time? Or make it unconscious, that also works. That's another sugar clone. Again, largely down to... Despite having plasma, because we're on veteran, still resist a shot. Fine. Eventually we'll move to heavy plasma, which will fix that issue, I guess. Most enemies won't resist a hit heavy plasma. Oh, did the little thing over there. I don't need Ladislav to come this way. Right, Guild Wars. Okay, well, this is at least kind of safe. Stay by there. Stay by there. Really? Goofy just ate that plasma backshot like it was nothing. Holy shit! You really did just eat that plasma like it was nothing. I shouldn't do that. I should do this. I also think I heard a door. Well, we know there's an alien unaccounted for with the science team. It's gone up the stairs. Right there. Nope. Three shots and it went unconscious. We'll take it. We have to get a lot of new soldiers. But I am amazed Goofy ate. That must have been like a plasma pistol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 5 new soldiers. 13. Have they not arrived? Oh, we got 5 more anyway. Cody says they're 2 years and 2 days older, so the sister was the second birthday present. They shared birthday parties until they were about 9 or 10, so they would be like 10 and she was 8. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Weird birthday present to get, though. Could they not just give you like a... I don't know, a Sega Genesis or something? They were like, you know what's gonna entertain our kid? Sibling. That's not gonna cause any problems at all, says, like, every parent that ends up getting a second child. Shoot that. Oh, I didn't actually check to see what aliens we got for that. Yeah, I figured it would just be soldiers. Oh, 2 mind probes. So, yeah, I think we did get shot by a plasma pistol then. Yeah, we picked up 1 plasma pistol. Really should lead into heavy plasma research as soon as possible. Fix a lot of our lethality problem. Get rid of most of that. Get rid of this. Okay, we have a respectable number of small launchers and stun bombs. So maybe we could move away from stun rods. Could be a very good idea. I'm gonna get another lab fired up over here. And then when this finishes, we build another living quarters here. And we get the 50 scientists when this finishes, so I don't have to pay their salary, because I think we're halfway through the... Yeah, we're halfway through. I'm not doing a night mission. I need those other soldiers to arrive. There are 4 of them. For how long is 28 more days? 16 days. Pavlova basically has just got like a month's leave. And while we're here, I need to name the only squaddy that survived out of all the squaddies we had. And then I need to name the new clones. But yeah, Coley, whatever your birthday plans are, I hope they work out. I hope they're good. Hope we have fun. Cal says, to be fair, Pavlova survived the XCOM massacre. Yeah, because they were stuck in the medbay. They've spent more time in the medbay than they have on the Sky Ranger. Genuinely. If they weren't in the medbay, they would have died on that mission as well. Oh. I'm gonna call you Rattleship. Good at your stats, Rattleship. Really good on reactions, not so good on the accuracy, but we'll take it. Off it goes. While that flies over very slowly, I've sort of started doing the YouTube archive out of order. We're not doing it in terms of when it was recorded now. Which means the UFO video we did the start of the month has already gone up. I now remember why this is called Fresh Prince. Because it's in the Philippines. So it's the Fresh Prince of Philippines. It's such a bad joke. It's such a bad joke. But it's also a manufacturing facility, which is also really fitting. For being near Manila. I think I made that point last time. Yeah, I kind of deserve to be dead for that joke.
Thought you were hot. Guess what? You're not.
And it's really nice having this up and running. I probably would have got this running sooner. Hell, we could have had like a lot of R&D just happening here as well. We could have done workshop research, and we could have split the research kind of, and then had like a dedicated research here, and then this one we could have just been transformed back over to this. But this could have, yeah, we could have done a lot of this a lot faster. Speed this up a bit because we do sort of sit on that menu for a second. Okay. Right, that's what I thought had happened. Stop being greedy with the ammunition, guys. Everyone gets the same amount. Okay. Debatably a better start than being in the far corner, because at least when we step out we get a little bit more coverage. Didn't I name you? Guess not. Okay, so one in a barn or something, one in a crashed UFO. Ooh, I don't like this. And the fact that I immediately see there could be something there. Maybe. There's a lot of buildings to see from the word go. Especially with what we heard. I'm gonna have the science team run it really wide and run through the top section. Interesting pathfinding mechanic there, but we'll go with it. Unknown can help with pushing through the middle. A bit better visible. Rattleship, more of an upper area through the middle as well. And I didn't name Shug and Cass. This is gonna end up being Cass clone, and then you are gonna provided you well. Whichever ones survive, we'll then look at the name list then. Just say that they would take a little bit of time to gestate. Kinda love how your name is just Eden. Hopefully go a bit better. Even if there are snakes. 2 doors. Okay. Gets spicy pretty quick. Ohio doesn't points me to care about doing. You're just gonna breach through the wall. Oh my god. The radio just built. Oh, you kind of knew the buildings everywhere. Out in the open. Still no confirmation where the UFO is. That's okay. Surely nothing will go wrong if we stand in a line. That's a stun bomb. Someone fired a shot at something and I didn't hear a scream, means that there's a snake man either not dead or unconscious, and I think it's like over here. Okay, that's a stun bomb down. Creature's gonna have to stay put for the time being. Yeah, Kurita reacted, I think. Something's gone down over here. Okay. There's something all the way down here, too. Good luck, Ohio. Oh my god, yeah, you are gonna need luck. There's like zero visibility in this place. Because it's an orchard straight into trees. Okay. That door wasn't there. Covered kind of by yogurt. But let's see what we can get. See, now I'm kind of worried about moving across because something could shoot across there. So that's a little bit smart. And there's the UFO. We really want the science team just poking their head out. We'll go with yes. Ads unfortunately arriving in 50 seconds. Okay. What was curious there is we had the alien screen pop up, and then I think there was one frame where it tried to show me a Snake Man, and then went back to it. So someone, I think, has maybe seen like a Snake Man cross one square, but I think we ought to put a sound. Ah! That would be it. How have you not got... It's a door right here. Shoot it. Don't give me the wall by here is in the way. It's not in the way. It's a literal straight line. I can draw it. Okay, don't get tunnel vision. It's just not our day. That's a heavy plasma. You're in an orchard. You have basically no chance to do this. Go. Okay. That's not good, is that there's now two aliens there. Yogurt, you're an idiot. This is gonna get really dangerous really quick. Yogurt's at risk. Ohio can maybe... Apparently he's really good at taking out doors, but not hitting anything. There's an... So, okay. That's probably carrying a heavy plasma as well, because let's face it, almost everything at this point is. I'm wondering... What have you done to smoke? I was wondering if I could get Kurita to take one step through a smoke grenade here, so maybe the Snake Man would use all their time units just getting over to here to get the shot. But they're probably just going to take a shot at Ohio instead, which... rest in peace, Ohio. You don't even have time to crouch. Was Snake Man and being inside a building. I'm just going to leave you two at full-time units facing this, so that if an alien steps out, we have a very good chance of getting a shot off and maybe getting it before it doesn't. I also think it's fitting if the Rattleship is the one that breaches the UFO first. You know, unknown divert down here, because we're probably gonna need unknown to help clear out the rest of the corner. And then Victor can go through the hedge. Yep. Sort of deserved given the horrific display of everything that happened there. Where did you go? Still by there. Okay. I'm gonna use you to take a step. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Don't give me that. That's why I took the danger step with the rookie, because I figured I'd get screwed on the line of sight over here. I'm gonna just make you take another step back. Didn't hear any doors that time, so that might just be it for the aliens, but we'll have to check the upstairs anyway. Nope. That guy's gonna eat 2 shots and still stand there. Brazen. Bold move. Yeah, it's another soldier, of course it is. But hey, the plan over here sort of panned out, except for the fact that the alien, you know, took 2 plasma rounds. Ah, I love you too, game. Victor, go stand in front of the door. Actually, go into the door. We're not breaching with the Rattleship anymore. Okay, Kurita. Y'all good to... Well, Unknown's just a squatty. We can go with a squatty for a look around the corner. Then no, we can't, because we don't have enough time in it. Nowhere near good enough reactions for me to leave you here facing in, so that's not happening. Go stand behind the wall. I guess we also need to pull the science team over as well. And Guild War. Message I missed from Cass is that finally they're a lady clone. Actually, since it sort of depends on which clones are alive by the end of this, it's whichever one is going to be at the top of the list. So your clone might end up changing. Let's see. Okay, so it sounds like there's still the one doing the patrol back here. And then I think there's usually one here as well. So, Victor. Good shot, Victor. Rattlesnake needs to move that back in. How good is your accuracy, Rattlesnake? Pretty solid reactions too, really. In goes Eden. Goes Hyun. Science team can outside. Guild Wars can wait outside. And we'll see what happens to the rookies. Right, what's happening down at Snake House? Okay. I think the downstairs is fine. And unless there's an alien hidden behind the UFO, which this might be one of the few times that I actually get caught out with that one as well, should be fine. Yeah. Oh. We did it. Science team's getting better their reactions. Rattleship is getting more strength. Oh, because they would have counted the hits for the melee. Any more soldiers? Okay, top of the list, rookie. Although we also have to count Victor, but top of the list is Hyun Beyond. Congratulations, you're now clone, 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 flame. I think that's the right amount of clones. Nope, we're one clone too many. Okay, hold on. Clone, wolf, clone, clone, flame. And then Shug is getting possibly the best reaction shooter outside of the science team. Shug... Is that enough G's? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you're on the 4th clone. Yeah, you're on the 4th clone. No, you're on the 5th clone. You need a name. I keep calling Karita, and it keeps making me think of Battletech, so we're gonna go with, House Karita. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then Victor Martins. Well, I just named one House Karita. It'd be very, very funny if we have Victor Steiner Davion. There we go. That works. There was another thing I had to do. What was it? I don't remember. Oh, we're gonna have to sell the things we don't care about. Which is corpses. And I don't think we picked up anything else that we really need to lean into heavy plasma soon. Especially because I think the regular plasma rifle and the plasma rifle clips, I think, are gonna stop dropping next month. So we're on a very finite supply for this. The sooner we switch to this, the better. And then we'll just be sustained by murder. Kind of a really weird way to think about it, but that's the way it's gonna have to be. There's nothing else I need to get rid of. Nope. Cool. Welcome in Meridian TV and Sashman5713. Hope you're having a good week so far. Meridian says Fishfood #1 reporting for duty. Am I calling you Meridian or Fish Food? We'll go with Fish Food, since you said Fish Food reported for duty. Hope you're both having a good week so far. Join us just after... Well, last stream we had a horrific... we had the Rattleship incident, but now sort of seems to be going alright. Research. Let's see. Bridget says, yes, fish food, please. Okay, fish food. Right, research. Average on the new fighter craft. How are we doing for the plasma? Average. Okay, so they're probably gonna both finish around the same time. Searchman asks how modded is the game? It's not. This is as vanilla as I can get it. The only reason we're using OpenXCOM is so that OBS can record it without having any issues. Because trying to get DOSBox to record through OBS is an exercise in rituals and fun experimentation. Because if anything goes wrong with display capture, then you'd basically have like a giant PNG image behind DOSBox for like, hey, something's gone wrong. Besides, display capture, there's other issues with display capture. We're only, as I say, using OpenXCOM for the OpenGL renderer that it comes with. Which has caught me out with one... I think it was the first terror ship we did. I thought OpenXCOM by default doesn't have patched behavior for elevators, grav lifts, whatever you want to call them. But it did, so someone died. Alright, now we're back in the base. We'll just go for 30 minutes because we're sort of waiting on more people to arrive. Waiting on research. There's the people. There's... We're gonna have a lot of backup clones for... that's a large, that's a low... We're gonna just let that be. We need the new fighter craft, we need plasma cannons to really get in large. If it's not a battleship, we can take it, kind of, but... I'd rather we play it safer for the time being, since we're doing some fun research, well, good research here that we really should have got done sooner. There's the other two clones. Or whatever they end up being. That's a lot of larges. Either we're about to have a terror mission, or... Does battleship... Maybe the battleships do start... No, it's not battleships that scout, it's small scouts. Right? I don't remember which way around it is, but... It's a little bit worrying we have large ships going around. Guesses it seems sort of going alright. Yeah, apart from, you know, the soldier tax we're paying every time we go to a crash site, it's going fine. Kelso says it's none. OpenXCOM is the best way to play the OG, but we've undone all the patches. Well, that has to be a battleship if it's very large. Especially at 5,000 speed. I don't think the other ones can hit 5,000. That... is it 5,000? There's a speed that only a battleship can hit, and I think I'm right to say it's about 5,000. Just let that tick down. 1 minute. Yeah, we're fine. That's another very large... Yeah, they're very upset with me at the moment. But none of them are on attack speed, so we're okay. Landed... Do I want to do a nighttime battleship? Man, it would be so funny. I'm going to put a mulligan save in for this one. For the fun of it. Just so I could... because a battleship at this point... I say it's going to be so funny to do. If we pull it off, it's going to be really worth it. If we don't pull it off, then we mulligan, we go, yeah, we're not touching that. for reasons that become very obvious very quickly. Let them sit in by there. Goofy's not ready. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Go for it. But yeah, I haven't gone into the code for OpenXCOM to revert any patches they do have. I've just not turned on some things apart from seeing the radar visual range. Sashman says, while the craft is on the way in, can we zoom on Germany? Odd request, but sure. That's Germany. Welcome to Berlin. We go. Is that on Budapest? That's actually landed in Budapest. Or Budapest, I should say. Huh. Man, it's going to be very funny. The battleship is basically going to be a terror mission. Let's go. Sashman also says, somebody died is the theme in vanilla XCOM and the Recreations. Yeah, funny enough, we talked about this earlier. Original XCOM, probably Terror from the Deep as well, considering how that game was developed. And I'm pretty sure it holds true in Apocalypse as well, have a very high death count. The UFO After X series is easier to keep people alive, and then Firaxis XCOM feels much easier to keep alive, provided you don't do anything way too risky, way too, yeah, basically way too risky. But this one, people are ammo, and it's funny. Do this, because we need to go through. Everyone's fine, let's go. You would have someone staring at me from the like right from the door, wouldn't you? Oh well. That's fine. House Kurita doesn't tend to live very long in anything anyway. Oh, I've also missed a few messages. Cass says there's a lot of backup clones for unknown host. Yeah. I don't know who's on the highest clone count, but it might actually be... It might still be unknown, but I don't think the lead is very big. Sugar says they might be blind when they read through the OpenXCOM info, but they don't remember seeing anything about different game behavior with the elevators. It's because it's not listed in the OpenXCOM behavior. If you look at the UFOpedia, and you look for Battlescape bugs, I think is the name of the page, that one mentions the bug, the exploit, because I think the main part where they go into how the exploit works is inside of farming alien bases. And because OpenXCOM just sort of patches a lot of bugged behavior and adds a lot of quality of life, the behavior for Terror from the Deep, where it isn't an issue, as in aliens can fire up and down, is then applied to UFO Enemy Unknown. Because I think OpenXCOM also works with Terror from the Deep, which is something I'll have to find out when we eventually beat this, but it's something they've done. Just like how they haven't mentioned other bugs they fixed, like being soft-locked on the inventory screen if you don't have enough time units, the save bug which led to the Terror from the Deep development being the way it was, there's another one, but until we get hit with a base defense, I don't know if OpenXCOM has done anything with it. But in base XCOM, if you don't have enough actually it sort of flows both ways, but we'll do it from the one side first. If you have like 5 soldiers in a base, and a battleship lands of like, I think it's like 20 aliens, if they run out of places to put aliens inside of the access and the hangar, i.e. you only have an access, you don't have a hangar, they will then start using your spare soldier positions to spawn units. Which leads to a funny thing where if you have like 40 soldiers in a base, you can, I think, take all of the spawn points from the aliens and then they won't spawn, but their equipment still does. So you win the base defense mission without having to fight the base defense. But it has been so long since I've even tried doing something like that. I don't know if OpenXCOM permits that, but it's still a fun thing. Again, that's also on UFOpedia if you wanted to read more about it. It probably would clarify if it does happen, or how you can make it happen if it does make it auto win or what. But it's funny. Fish sticks. Is it no, it wasn't fish stick. Fish food. Fish food says incoming. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Sashma says not at night. Rookie squaddies rip them in pieces in advance. Yeah, we're always gonna lose a few. But as I say, if we win it, it's funny. If we don't, we just mulligan and we ignore it. Sashma says XCOM 1 had a bug where the difficulty reset to easy on every save. I feel like I gotta mention this every single stream. That's correct, yeah. It's what led to Terror from the Deep being developed the way it was. Because you'd load a save, you'd start a game at, like, say, XCOM on, like, Veteran, Superhuman, whatever. And then you'd load a save and it would default back to being beginner. So lots of the feedback they got of it being way too easy. I don't know if that bug persisted to the PlayStation 1 port. Anyway, Terror from the Deep was made with the idea that, oh, XCOM was too easy because no one realized that bug existed until way too late. So Terror from the Deep was made scaled off of that. So that one we're probably going to hit in beginner because that is functionally blind. And I know there are a few game-breaking... You can soft lock yourself out of being able to beat the game based on the research because they completely changed the tree for that one. But I don't know how, so for a few reasons we're going to hit that one on beginner, not veteran, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Sashma says people complained the devs heard them out and made Terror of the Deep double hard. Yeah, basically. Cass says the mean for Access XCOM 2 has the AI steering the enemy pods towards you on stealth, which is bullshit. I don't think I ever noticed it do that. I always thought they were on their little patrol paths. No, I don't... I'd have to look at the really old archive videos I have of my XCOM 2 blind playthrough from like 5 years ago now, and have a look at how the behaviors were for that. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think the AI was being lassoed to me at all. We need to not do anything else. Wait for that smoke. But we're on a higher elevation. Yeah, we should have thrown that a bit higher. That's fine. Yogurt's gone down. That's not great. 9? 10? Of course it's Snake Man. Oh, that means it's... I think a Battleship carries terror units. There we got Chrysalids in play. Chrysalids in play on a night mission on a battleship. And I don't have mind probe research, so we can't even get the commander even if I wanted to. Yeah, this is just for the meme of it. Let's go. So battleships have a bit of an interesting setup. I think there's... The way you can think about it is there's 4 struts and a center. The center, I think, is 2x2x2x2. I say that because there's like a 2x2, 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 2x2. So you can get heavy weapon platforms in and out. We have a guy called Rattleship. And we're actually fighting a Rattleship. Oh god. If he's the only one that makes it out of this alive, that's gonna be so good. You don't even have enough time to throw a flare. You do. Well, hey, we took out a door at least. But yeah, you can see here there's sort of like a strut. There's going to be one here. Man, this is going to really tax my memory of how the battleship's laid out. One here, one here, one over here, and then one over here. This, I think, is the central. They all have grav lifts. I think there's 2 floors to a battleship. And I mentioned a commander. Commander is a special type, like leader. It only appears in battleships and in bases. Oh, hi. I mean, we got there eventually, but since we're still not using heavy plasma, it's always a risk if we actually land the shot. Do you have line of sight? 3 hits. Yeah, Guild Wars had no chance. But again, this is fine. If we somehow win a battleship, I'll be a landed battleship at that, so we're fighting the full contingent of everything inside. We have one way out. But this is the sort of thing where I'm going to want heavy plasma. This is where we... If you had psychic, this would be a lot easier to do. We could do it with a whole bunch of... Well, if we had psychic squaddies, you could do this with a whole bunch of squaddies. Still sort of get away with it, squaddies, but... By the point battleships turn up, you've hopefully done a little bit better of a job of research than I've been doing. So... You'd have, maybe the final craft in the game, which is also able to take on battleships. And you'd probably have psychics. Didn't mean to hit the microphone. Who ate the plasma? I'm not gonna... You took that hit and didn't take any damage. I'm amazed. Shug. Yeah, you're pretty good on accuracy. Cetus not so much. Okay. Oh, plasma pit. Hey, hi. Hello. I was expecting to miss the first shot. Okay, Samuel. Pop off. That's 4 dead snake men. I say, I think there's terror units in play on a battleship, but I'm pretty sure... Though I probably shouldn't make the assumption. I'm pretty sure... It's not going to be that much of a problem yet. Cass just... refuse to take damage. Because I think they're all stuck on the upper levels of a battleship. Yeah, see, strut here, strut there, strut there, and then there's going to be one in the middle. Yeah, there's not counting this because really this is just the entry point. 1, 2, and then pop. Oh, we can get a really fun weapon here. Oh, if we make it. Upside again, remember when we did the terror ship that landed against the snake men and redeemed ourselves? If we kill enough snake men quickly enough and we don't lose enough of our soldiers, we will start to make everything inside panic, especially chrysalids. Or if we start gunning down chrysalids, that really help. So we kind of need to play the safe. Again, if it was daylight, we'd be better case, because then we'd all have the same level of sight. Would have taken the shot at that snake man at the start, actually, if we'd known it was there. Give me more light. That's fine. Still sort of works in the direction I want, although I hate how apparently light doesn't go through a fence. Everybody else can go hug the side of the UFO. This is definitely going to be a case where we have to clear the outside. We might end up trying for the 20 turn thing, where the aliens then know exactly where you are. Really shouldn't have a no run blinder like that, especially at night. Oh, cool. There's a whole hedgerow right by there. Sashman says auto win and loot. Yeah, for the human-based defense, I think if you completely outnumber the aliens to the point where you take up all the spawn spots, I think it places the loot that the equipment they would have had, but doesn't place the aliens because there is no valid position to put it down. But I'd have to... Well, A, I don't know if that happens in OpenXCOM, and B, I really should start counting the doors. That is something leaving the UFO, I think. The problem is... Oh, there's the center, you can see the double doors. Unable to throw because the UFO is right over the top of us. Okay, that kind of works out. Kind of wish the light is going that way. It's our line of sight that's the problem. Breaching this is going to be fun to do as well, because we're basically going to have to clear and then leave. Clear each of the legs. Leave one person in each of these. I don't remember if it's safer to breach from the legs or from the core. So what we'll probably do is kind of like we did in the terror ship the first time when we thought that the grav lift exploit was in play, where we're going to, in the turn, walk up to the bottom of the grav lift, see if we spot anything, then we're going to walk away from it, into the turn again, check a second time, and that second time is when we go up. You guys are going to have to cross this. You've got a flare. Okay, edge of the map by there. So there's most likely not a snake man over here, because it probably would have spotted itself by now. Edge over there. Good thing about the battleship, it takes up a lot of terrain, so we can get around the outside of it pretty easy. Especially at night, I guess. Let's do the usual shoot through the wall of the barn, or the stable? Stable, this is a stable. So we have a little bit more cover. Rattleship, I really do want the Rattleship to walk inside the ship, so we'll try to keep them alive as much as I can. There we go. So the center is now definitely, I'm pretty sure it's double, 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 double. But we'll know more when we actually get closer to it. No one's gonna have to shoot through the hedge. doesn't have a light, because it's currently stuck on the Sky Ranger. Okay, that'll do. Rattleship. Yeah, you're gonna have to go through the top. Kaz says they noticed that because in one base mission they kept themselves with a Solar Reaper infiltration, and those fuckers were also chasing them all around. You sure you just weren't in their patrol path? And also, if it's a solo insertion, that's probably different than a normal one. Because if you've just got the one guy, I think Firaxis XCOM does try to push towards it to kill it. And also, you've revealed the pods, so it's kind of slightly different behavior than when they're not revealed. Because your Reaper can see them, as opposed to normal pod behavior, which is it moves on a set patrol path until something gets revealed. But if you're, you know, the one square away at least, assuming you haven't done anything to, like, raise the suspicion. I can't remember what the actual mechanic's called. But I know Reapers get to hide, and then the range they get to hide gets dropped. Or they can't hide as close, I guess, is a better way to say it. Yeah, we'll count those in a minute. When we're actually ready to start pushing. Kaz also thinks we're all dead. Say, if we wipe, we'll just load and go. Yeah, we're not touching a battleship for reasons I've just shown. But depending on how this goes, if there are 20, we've already killed 4. We might actually have a decent shot at doing this. It depends how the breaching goes. If we lose half the breach team without being able to fight back, then yeah, we're basically done. Just for my own sanity. Stand by there. Maybe get shot. Actually, this one. Yep, cool. Nothing there. You can go pick that one up. This way. Truck's gonna go through there. Is it not double? I could have sworn it was double on the middle. I could have sworn it was doubled. Tim has also thought there was a door over here. I might be thinking of like way later in the game when you're... The weapon we can get here lets us punch through the outside of UFOs. So it might just be I'm thinking of really late game when I used to play, of just being like, yep, I'm just gonna make a door here and go this way. I'm actually just gonna have you use all your time here to run up to the wall, rather than just leave you in the open. Sounds like a much better idea. Oh, no, your flare did land right in the middle of... There's no trees. Where are the trees? Huh. Alien Battleship does all sorts of weird things to the terrain. It thinks there's a door, Unless it's trying to path it through here, up here, across, and down. Might be the case. So, if my memory is wrong on being able to walk in through the outside strut, that's going to make it annoying to clear out. But we could think we might be able to get away with smoke grenading the middle on the upper floor. And then going in, that might give us a bit... I don't remember if the night does matter for the inside. It's been so long. Which has been... A lot of the pitfalls of us playing this has been memory of playing like 10 plus years ago. But I'm gonna leave you here in case anything walks out. Cal says as far as they know there's no patrol routes on the border of the map. There can be. There absolutely can be. I remember the first mission I ran where I had 2 skirmishes. I ran into 3 patrols when I was trying to run around the outside of the map. And then there was 1 patrol in the middle. And it was... We hit the patrol in the middle first and went, okay, this isn't too much of a threat. We can have just 2 guys deal with this. I'm going to have the skirmishers run around the outside. And then as they ran around the outside, they hit a patrol. And then another patrol came in. And so the skirmishers were basically fighting 2 pods, with the support sort of split between the remaining people and the pod that was fighting the middle. And then they ran further, hit another one. It was like, okay, I'm not going to go around the outside edge anymore. And then the last one came in from the outside edge. So I think you can definitely hit pod patrols on the outside. Okay. There's... I'm gonna... What's the most expensive one we got for you? Aimed? Put you on auto. Yeah, you're trying to path through the middle. Okay. There is no door on the outside strut. Then, yeah, I must be thinking of when... So the weapon we can pick up here is... I think it's called the blaster launcher. Which you can use to punch a hole into at least rooftops of UFOs. I think... It's either an OpenXCOM thing or an XCOM util thing. One of the two, or maybe both, allow you to use heavy plasma to breach outside as well. And I think without them you can still do a wall with a blaster launcher. But we're gonna have to go through the middle. We're just gonna leave. How are you gonna do your reactions are pretty good. Fine. Way too dark and you don't have a... we know this is safe. So we don't use a breach with that wall. I wonder if I can get away with throwing this over... Shug, you Olympian. Absolute Olympian. Thank you. This is probably clear. This might be clear. Cool. Yeah, put that on your belt. I would have it carry in your hand, but that would reduce the accuracy of the plasma rifle, and since we don't have a consistent 1 or 2 shot, well, usually it's a 1 shot, but the times it really matters, it tends to be 3. Pick that up because you're about to just throw it. Yeah, I think everything might just be inside the UFO at this point. Fish Food says that it is double. Oh, is it just like a really weird spriting? Yeah, I kind of guess like double by there, double by here. Huh. I thought it was because of the lighting that this one looked a bit off, but no, I guess that is a double door. At least part of my memory of battleships is still correct. I've missed someone. Alright, these guys over here. It's fine for that. Sam, I think the inside of it, UFO is always counted as day. Unless they figured out how to invent light switches, in which case, I can't wait to get bum rushed by 5 chrysalids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then all the corridors, open rooms, so we got 6 at least, so there's 10. If I can figure out where the bridge is, I am absolutely going for that commander, and then we're just going to keep it in the back pocket. And then once it is, well, depending how things line up, we could end up just rushing through the research and going straight to the end. Be very funny if we did that, but we're not going to be able to do that anytime soon. Suchman says they think the engine pod's only accessible from inside, they might misremember. I might be thinking of like weird XCOM util things, because I know that does mess with the generation of ships. Because you can have, I think it's called advanced ship design, is a thing that can be turned on. And that might be what puts the doors there, or as I mentioned earlier, is like, maybe it's breaching with a blaster launcher, maybe it's util, or this game allowing you to breach the outside of UFO with a heavy plasma, but yeah, we're gonna have to clear each of these individually. That's gonna be fun. I wish aliens took smoke damage, but they don't. I think they will take knockout damage though if I did the exploit for that, but I'm not going to. Because I'm not carrying explosives or any, like a autocannon. I could just go grab an autocannon, but the only exploit I'd feel like comfortable using would genuinely just be the elevator grav lift one, but yeah, I think we need to start moving in pretty soon. I'm actually gonna get you to throw yours. And then pick up this one. Yeah, that's fine. This is probably gonna be fine over here as well. But we need to be sure, because the last thing I need is for a snake man to seek on me while we're already trying to breach this with no power armor, Sky Ranger capacity, regular plasma rifle equipped squatties with debatably decent stats. Yeah, you can have a second one, yes. Shook says, blaster launcher. Yeah, it's a really fun weapon that's gonna... Oh, it's gonna make a few things really fun. It also is a really easy way to identify commanders, because I think commanders always carry one. So if I see one, assuming it doesn't fire at us. If it fires at us, then we're probably gonna wipe, but... Again, that's why we can't have the mulligan. I'm gonna have you up. Honestly, apart from like the start of this, where we lost one person to reaction fire, and then we lost another person to not killing an alien in one shot, and then reaction fire, this has been so far pain-free. But when we go up, it's going to be pretty quick. I push my luck? I think that there are no aliens outside apart from maybe that corner. You're gonna eat 2 shots like it's nothing. But you're also not going to shoot anybody. Three shots like it's nothing. Yeah, I need to pull you over as well. Oh my god, how are you eating so much damage? I'm getting flashbacks to that one sectoid that ate like 5 rifle rounds in the first stream. That is the worst we've had for like plasma guns so far. Now I'm really cagey about pushing this. Not that I wasn't cagey before, but like... Nice science team. Okay. That's 5 dead aliens at least. Shrek says, how many G's the clone have? They died a lot more than they thought. I think it's 5. Let's just cycle it through. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5th clone. Congratulations. Unknown says, oh, it seems they might have died again. The name's more messed up. They haven't died this stream. And then, if we don't win this, I'm, again, calling mulligan. We're just going to avoid battleships until we actually get into a position where you would normally be doing battle... Well, yeah, we're like 2 months behind on development. Who cares? That's why we're doing weird, fun things like this. And then regretting it after. Absolute worst case for trying to get through this, I could just... I think I need to explain what the 20 turn thing is. I don't know if I've gone over that in another stream or not. So, when you hit turn 20, don't know how much OpenXCOM has messed with this as well, but you end up with a light. You ain't gonna throw that though. Yeah, no, you're not. Get right in there. Love misclicks. When you hit turn 20, the aliens will know your every position, and then they will all activate their combat AI and they will just start moving towards you. There are some things that won't immediately abandon their position. Can't quite remember why some things don't and some things do. But pretty much everything will then start just beelining wherever you are from wherever they are. So if everything is inside of a UFO, if you pretend this is a normal, you know, the medium scout, the one that's the same shape as this-ish, you could have everyone stood outside of the front, alien steps out, gets shot by everybody, or use prox grenades, or use all sorts of different things. It's one of the ways to level up reactions. There's another way that requires psychics. Psychics break a lot of things anyway. So debatably, one way we could try to thin this out is we could deliberately sit far enough back that even if a chrysalid came down, we'd probably get a good chance of shooting it, but that's really risky. Thin Snakeman out. Hope we don't reaction kill the commander. If we do see the commander, we kind of have to stun rod it, but all sorts of different things to thin it out. But I want to see if we can take the commander. I kind of want to get greedy, I think is the way we word this. With, can we take a battleship with what we have? Can we take the commander alive with what we have? I really shouldn't move close. You, I can move a bit closer, because your accuracy isn't that great. You can run this way. This way. The outside's fine. We have to worry about the inside. Do we smoke? I don't think we smoke grenade, just in case there are crystalline on a battleship. I'd like to be able to see them. Six. I'm gonna need someone to open a door. You can see something, but you don't want to tell me what it is. Which I think is a bit disgusting. Let's get everyone ready. Adds unfortunately arrive at about 35 seconds. Shrug says it's stun launcher or blaster for commanders, I think. I think it's... I think stun launcher could be leaders. I'm pretty sure commanders are blaster only. But could be right. Maybe it's one or the other. It's going to be a terrifying noise either way, because it's a coin flip of is it going to kill me or is it going to make my guys unconscious and then they're going to kill me later. Because the blaster launcher and the stun launcher both have the same firing sound. Sadistic game design right there. Love it. Hate it, but love it. Sugar also says their brother started an OpenXCOM run a few days ago, first time since they played the OG 3 decades ago. Told him this morning that he's got flying armor, sounds fairly pleased with himself. Should be too. If I hadn't dropped the ball so much this whole playthrough, we'd be hitting this in flying suits. Well, probably hitting it in a mix of flying suit and powered armor, but doing what we can with what we've got. For now. Thing is, I don't recognize what the sprite is for a small launcher. I know what a blaster launcher is going to look like. I know that one. That's burned into my brain. But small launcher, no. Guess as he flies now? He flies now. I think the only lasting thing that the last Star Wars movie gave us was just a bunch of memes, like, somehow he has returned, and they fly now? I think there's a few other ones as well. It's... Didn't something happen with Star Wars recently? Like... Didn't someone get fired or step down, or... I think something along those lines happened. Fish Food has said something, but I think they've been caught by the ads, so we're just gonna wait. So, is part of the reason why we're waiting for the breach, actually. Get Nehan to have a look inside. That's a chrysalid. That has to be a chrysalid. I'm walking away. I don't care. 2 shots, didn't shoot back. Might be chrysalid. You know what? We're in the outbreak. It's just a few steps. Go up. No, that was a snake man. Go down. Go up. Go down. Step away. Hey, Cass, guess what we're gonna do? Go up. Go down. Go up. Go down. Oh. I thought you would have only needed 7 to go down. Take a few steps. So the good news is, we're going to find out very quickly if there's something on the ship that I don't like. You can also see we can still go up again. Which is how we get to the bridge and everything else. But it's clearing the side rooms is going to be fun. What I want to do, really, is just sort of sit at a... like... where are we going to start? I think we're going to start over here. So that we have the most amount of time possible if something does come towards us. If we were caught by the ads, all we've done really is, we killed one alien. I need to go check its equipment, actually. And we've started to scout the inside of the battleship. Cool. Glad we killed it. Yeah, go down. Let's just get everyone in. Funny or pain-inducing, and there's no easy way to see which one it is. Who am I missing? I know there's somebody I've left on the outside. Where are you? There they are. Hey, unknown. Ready to run a what-if scenario? Okay. Ads are finished. We're going to catch up that message I didn't read, and then all the other ones. Fishfood says, the aliens will not start moving towards me. They will just be forced to scouting instead of camping. Yes and no. Aliens that don't have a patrol path will then start moving towards me, which is, I guess, what you could call scouting. Aliens on a patrol path, I think, are the ones that don't change. But if they do change, they'll also start moving kind of towards you. The fact that they know your position is true, though. I'm pretty sure. That's actually something I want to double check, because we're getting close to turn 20, and I need to be completely sure of this when it kicks off. Where's UFOpedia? They were enemy unknown. We want the... I like how everything's like sort of laid out. It sort of makes sense. I don't think it's other alien movement patterns. No, that's not the one we want. Let's go with searching turn 20. I could have... Is it going to be under reaction training? Where is it? Oh, why can't I find it easily? Man, it's always so annoying just to find, like, specific things to do with, like, AI. This is taking a little bit too long. Cass also says, look, boss, is the side effect of clone transitioning. They need time to adjust their eyes. Shugs. Hold on. You saying that Unknown's clone can't read? Might be the case. Might be why they... Oh no, they shoot pretty decently, actually, I think. Shug also says the UFO door sounds. I saw 6 different aliens going room to room. That's them opening and closing the fridge door, wondering what to eat. So it's not just me that sort of looks and goes, what am I gonna make? Shut the fridge door, go look at something else, come back, open the fridge door, go, I'm glad it's sort of like a global thing. Cass says the Palpatine's return was announced at a it was announced at a Fortnite event? Wow. Why? Why? Ah, I know what the Star Wars fans are gonna want. There we go, tactical AI. I love how it's under a weird section. There we go. So under UFOpedia, under Tactical AI, under the subsection Other Interesting Information, after round 20, the location of all XCOM units become known to all the aliens and they automatically switch to combat mode. Which is the thing that's been... It's one of those things that people have been like, I'm pretty sure after turn 20 it always happens, pretty sure it was after turn 20, when things like OpenXCOM and XCOM utils started being used and people started digging into like the AI code and things like that's when it got confirmed. The turn 20, it switches from patrol, I guess you could say, where some do patrol, some don't, and then it goes aggression. Which is... We've talked about how their pathfinding sort of gets affected in different things, different stream, but I'll finish catching up with chat before we carry on with that one. Shook says Palpatine was fired? Be really funny if Star Wars ended with firing Palpatine out of a cannon, I'm gonna be honest. Be a lot more interesting. Shook also says they haven't heard Star Wars news in quite some time, not since Andor wrapped up. They enjoyed watching all the behind-the-scenes talk with the actors, directors, other folks. I still need to see Season 2 of Andor. Which also means I need to rewatch Season 1, because it was so long between the two that I've sort of forgot some of the, like, finer details. But I heard Season 2 was pretty good. Great thing to end on. Cal says, Kathleen Kennedy leaves Lucasfilm and Filoni gets to be the creative guy. That's I think what I've heard is that someone stepped down, someone else has picked up. So Kathleen Kennedy, that seems like it might be right. Sugar says, I know there's a turn-based Star Wars video game in development. That's the first I've heard of it. I might look into that. And then Sugar and Cass are discussing whether they're like Filoni or Kathleen Kennedy more. Sheepy, hello, welcome in. Sheepy says, I've killed someone in this game, I'm gonna get in trouble. I've killed so many people in this game that I think at this point I must have the most expensive team of lawyers protecting me from every legal ramification of what we do. But also, could be funny. Cass is continuing the discussion with Sugar about Kathleen Kennedy, and Kathleen Kennedy was first as a movie producer for E.T.? Huh. Fishwood says they don't know how much spoilers are tolerated, so they don't write much, but they know the position for only the purpose of psi attacks and blaster launches. For everything else, they don't know your position. That's true outside of turn 20. Because psi attacks gets really weird across the board. But when it hits turn 20, then it switches to combat AI. We'll hold the combat AI discussion for a second, but functionally, yes, they cheat for psi attacks and blaster launcher regardless. Then they cheat differently later. Everyone seems to be discussing Dave Filoni and... this is interesting. I'm learning all sorts of things about Kathleen Kennedy and Dave Filoni. Like, I didn't know she had anything to do with E.T. Kat says she stepped down as president, but just going back to producing. Dave Filoni has been named president, creative chief officer, while Lin-Wen Brennan will serve as co-president. Both executives report to Disney Entertainment co-chairman Alan Bergman. Okay. Sheepa says Filoni has an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars and is a massive fan. He's done some great production director work with them. Is Dave Filoni the one who does the whole, what is it? Mandalorian thing? Sheepa says they have no idea for the experience as CEO, but the passion of the product and the universe is to be doubted and desire to do best by the fans. Shug asks, Fishboo, did no one decompiled or otherwise reverse engineer the original game? Did they? OpenXCOM AI and game rules are based on the observations of the original game? Fishboo then says, yes, they reverse engineered the original game, especially AI. Warboy went to painstaking details, they didn't do it based on observations. Yeah, my understanding was the people who just decompiled it at this point, and then that's how they that's how XCOM util got made, because it would go in and change things, and that's sort of how the difficulty bug was confirmed. And then OpenXCOM, is being a source port, runs off of things. Right, aggression and combat AI. So, now that we're not on a pause screen, I'm going to push the end turn button, we're going to see what happens, and then talk about it. So, last stream, I'm pretty sure I brought up the AI will either just sort of sit somewhere, or it will patrol. In a large scout, I think we actually had a large scout as an example. There's an alien that will patrol, we call it the bridge section, from the left to the right, and that's the one that tends to pop out of the door on the top. The same as there's another one where there's that one that pops out in the bottom left. They're both on patrols. They will just rotate constantly between those two positions until they spot a XCOM or a civilian, in which case combat AI takes over, and then they just start pathfinding towards that target, or away from it depending on what they want to do. And while they're on their patrol, if you do things like open a hole in a wall or open a hole in a UFO, the patrol AI will only go like waypoint to waypoint. It won't sort of go, oh, there's a hole here that's faster, I can go this way. Combat AI just sort of goes, I know where my target is, I know where I am, I want to be able to shoot my target, and it will move towards it. So on turn 20, when everything switches to combat, it knows where you are, and it will then usually move towards you and then start shooting. But again, there's some weird cases where the AI just won't move, and it will just sort of sit tight. I don't know if that's because it's the patrolling AI just doesn't switch, or what. But I remember there's been a few cases where I've been sat outside of a UFO for like turn 40, waiting for sectoids to walk out, and they just haven't. And then I've walked in and the sectoid's just there. So we could wait for turn 20 and have everything rush us, but I think that's a bad idea, especially if chrysalids are in play. See if anyone, Cass, dies on the battleship. No way. Cat's got away with it. Cat's got away with hiding in a corner. Okay. We now need to bring everybody up. Starting with Rattleship. I think we're going to go with the idea of starting over here. We're going to clear this strut here first. I think this might be where the Illyrium is. And then we're going to start clearing clockwise. By which point we will eventually hit turn 20, and then things might get spicy. Very spicy. Should check that room, but I'd rather get everyone up the elevator first. Put a lot of faith in the idea that there isn't a snake man just watching me from back here. Love you, head up next. Okay. I need to leave someone in the middle so we get early... I'm getting a shot anyway. I'm gonna have to leave some people watching the middle anyway. Just in case anything comes down. We might be able to fire and line it. I might leave the reactions people watching the middle. Especially if the snake when I get to eat multiple hits. If the commander comes hunting and we kill it, then we kill it, but... It's also going to be funny if I've misremembered and there aren't any terror units here. I know there are terror units in a base attack. Call it that, rather than alien base. I don't know if I want to push with you guys considering your time units are going to be shot. Well, I guess you could be up the other side. Up you go. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. I might be hearing everything. Yeah, there are chrysalids on a battleship. Okay. Here's where things get spicy pretty quick. Right, remembering it. Okay, that's going down pretty quick. Samuels, take the actual chrysalid, which went in one shot, of course it did. Go for this one next. Not enough for another shot. That's okay. Unknown. So that's not great. That's 6. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm running with the idea there's 20 on a battleship, counting terror units. Gonna just take a step and sit tight. Hi, Snake Man. Drop dead. I've lost count already. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 below. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't count all of a sudden. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't count at all. Maybe halfway through the battleship. Maybe, but I doubt it. I don't know if aliens can be in the struts, but I'd rather be sure. Did I hear a death sound on both of these? Yes. Yes. Yes, okay. I don't mind potentially getting another unknown clone killed to verify we've got 3 dead chrysalids. Rather than one has gone nap time is gonna just jump up and go, ha ha ha! Human flesh! Watch it come out of this door and just bop bop both of these. Oh, you're getting all the way into that corner. The science team. I know this is, we said we used to go there, here, here, and here. But I think we're just gonna solo push, which is a bad idea, the science team this way. Cass is gonna hop over and go that way as well. These two, I'm then gonna have them fall back and sit over here, so then we definitely have the middle cleared. Okay. What have I missed? Shug says from turn 20 they shouldn't stay hiding in the closet. They shouldn't, but like, XCOM is XCOM. Maybe OpenXCOM changes things a little bit so they don't get stuck, but I definitely remember multiple times I've been sat waiting for one alien to walk out of a UFO and it just doesn't. It just doesn't want to. It just refuses. And I go, okay. Shug is also surprised that Cass got away with it. Called us some of the legends. Cass says, the Italian doing stupid stuff and getting away with it more likely than you think. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole movie about, what is it, three Italians driving 3 cars? I never watched it. I've only seen the remake, and I hear it's not that good compared to the original, but usually that's the case. Shug says, oh god, they're stupid. They only just remember that fish food is the starting round for soldiers in the war of terrifying silence. Not heard of that. I assume that's a mod? Shug's also advising, I remember to keep the squad tightly grouped together for alien grenades. Yeah, that's going to be the other concern is, you know, grenades. After... Pretty sure a grenade is where we started to spiral on the first Rattleship incident. Is this Rattleship 3 or is this a Rattleship remake? Because the first Rattleship incident was a terror ship. This is a battleship of snake men. I think this is a remake. Fishwood says, guess what they're named after? Ooh. You see Shug's asking questions about it further down, so we're gonna wait until we get to that bit. I'm gonna hit the button. Oh! Something fired a shot. That, I think, came from above. No, it didn't. Is there a door over here that I just don't see? Because that plasma shot came from somewhere, and no one knows what it was. Oh, they must have opened a door and then shot through and left? Okay, well, unknown's sort of on their own. Cass says this is going to be like Aliens tomorrow. They think it's tomorrow anyway. Yeah, we're doing... Provided I don't end up, like, sleep comaed again and my phone charges. The Aliens Dark Descent is scheduled for tomorrow. Chuck says they assume that fish food, because that's what they'd be known as soon as they went on a mission in the War of the Silence. We're asking if that was named after them. I'm curious if it was, or if it is either. But I also don't know what the War of the Silence is. Again, I'm assuming it is a mod. For some reason, we're now discussing alien tits. I don't know why. we just are. Shug says, Dark Descent. They don't look at the aliens' boobs because they never have any. I've seen questionable parodies of aliens. What was it? Was it Family Guy that decided to, during, what was it called, Blue Harvest? Or whatever it was called? Their Star Wars parody? I think that has an alien queen that has the titties. They put them on the Snakemen in XCOM 2 as well, which is wild to me, and then they knew what they were doing because in Chimera Squad, not played it, but I know that there is a Snake Man or Snake Woman, Snake Lizardman, whatever they called it. There's a literal strip club with them in it. There's a sign for it and everything that you can see. Okay, you're gonna go here, go down. Okay, I think it's safe to say there's nothing in the struts. But I've been known to be wrong before. Am I gonna have unknown solo push in a direction where we just had random plasma fire coming out and we don't know where it came from? The answer is probably yes. I'm pretty sure it did come from over in the elevator. I think unknown can do this. Not with that amount of time units he can. I'm gonna get you further down the corridor because I don't trust them. Okay, who has the best reactions? You have pretty good reactions. Steiner's fine. You're really good. Wow, actually everyone over here has pretty fucking good reactions. Except for Cass. Do I just happen to have really good reactions on everyone who's still alive? I think we're gonna do the push with Chukwu and Teresa. Oh, I left Shug downstairs. All the way back here, too. That's okay. Let's just do it. I'm hearing 5. Sugar's a great reaction. Okay, Cass, you can push this. Oh, we do have something down here. That's a Snake Man. So we do need to check the struts. Unknown? Okay. Sit tight. Decent enough reactions, but if Chrysalid's always gonna beat it. Hello? You're carrying one-handed thing. I don't know if I have enough time to... Oh, thank you for the follow. Follow Zero Anonymous. I don't know if I have enough time to put a stun rod on, go over and hit you. I might just have to play this safe. I'm gonna play it really safe, actually. Okay, they had a plasma rifle. And that's enough for a snapshot, so... we're actually just gonna run them back. Because you're more likely to get the shot off if something comes around the corner. But also, get shot anyway. We're now debating if aliens can have... if lizardmen can have titties. I think it depends on the canon at this point. For Rexus, they definitely can. I don't think they're about to die again. It entirely depends on how this section over here goes. I've lost count. 9, 10, 11. We got 5 indoors. So we're looking at least 16. Sugar's asking who got murdered by Chrysalid. I don't think it was anybody who was named that mattered. But I could be, again, I could be wrong. This is Robertson. 2. Just 2. Probably going into the middle area. Hey, Rattleship. Welcome to the alien entertainment. This, I'm gonna say, is clear. Okay, cleared a section. Finally. This is empty. Okay, that's 2 sections clear. We'd be going through this a bit quicker if I actually did have, you know, equipment for everybody, if we had more than the amount of people we have. She was asking, am I calling cast slow? I'm just saying they have poor reactions, you know? Their clone isn't the best, we'll say that. They're pretty much average. They haven't got an excellent stat anywhere, unfortunately. I can see that Trent is here, though. Trent, hope you're doing okay. Hope you... I assume you're at work or something. But I know you've just started what I've been calling for, what is it, like almost a year now? I've been calling it like the Star Wars Final Fantasy game. And now you can see what I mean. Which is really fitting considering we had the discussion about the future of Star Wars earlier anyway. But yeah, I really do like Final Fantasy XII. I kind of don't like how much it hides. For example, the way that the bazaar is basically just a crafting system, but you also get money for it, but then you have to spend money on the things you craft. We checked this? Oh, we didn't, did we? I know we killed one. Hey, hey. Okay, we're good. We're really good. So the last ones left now are here, and I don't like either of these. And we also have another strut over here. I'm thinking we do something radical. I mean, we're doing something radical already. We're pushing with Skyranger amount of infantry who aren't in armor, who have regular plasma rifles, into a battleship. Here's what I'm thinking. We storm the bridge now. We have like 4 turns left before the aggression kicks in. We storm the bridge now. We try to find the commander. I was about to say seduce. We're not trying to seduce. We're not trying to seduce. Subdue. We subdue the commander. That way we take the blaster launcher off the table. We know we get the commander for the research that we're going to need later. We can then... then we can worry about worst case. We immediately move to extract whoever it is that's carrying the Snake Man. That way, if everything else is a wash, we at least have the commander. So we don't have to worry so much about battleships or an alien base. We'll have to see. I think we're going to go with it. I think we're going to do it. If we're doing it, we have to start doing it now. So... this is going to be... risky. because I'm also going to need everyone to equip stun rods on the same turn we go up a floor. Except you can have one now. And then same for Cass. So these two and Unknown will keep pushing and clearing out this floor. Everybody else, straight up. Am I missing anybody? You have enough for multiple reactions. Oh no, I guess I could do it now. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. That's everybody. Unknown hasn't done anything this turn. Which makes me sound lazy, but it's actually just me being forgetful. Oh my, having to push this room with a crystal in it would have been a nightmare. Catch up on chat very quickly here. Trent says they see exactly what I mean. Yeah, it's really funny, isn't it? And the best part is, you're not even like... The pacing does get a little bit weird in that game. I know what I could say. There is a very clear point when you're done with what I would call Act 1. And the entirety of Act 1, I think, is like... where it starts setting up a lot of multiple different parts of Star Wars, while also being Star Wars. Sheepy says, radical, dude? Radical? Or storm the bridge radical? Oh, storm the bridge radical. Shurk says, radical, dude, is in Cowabunga. I would love it if I can just scream Cowabunga as we go take the commander, but that requires us to get really lucky with this push. We're just gonna leave it for a second. Sheepy asks, is their clone still alive? Can they seduce the commander? They heard the commander has double D titties. I think I've missed you out of this clone rotation. I think you might have died and then I forgot to put you back in. So, if the commander is seduced by a non-named character, as in like one I haven't given a nickname to or one that isn't a clone, we'll rename that one to being Sheepy. That way it fits. Normally we wouldn't just like take one of the unnamed ones, but I'm pretty sure I might have missed Sheepy's reclone. I think you're on the second or third U. Cass is saying they have to roll charisma, and I'm going to be giving a shout out to Beld. I think you recently had your anniversary. Unknown also had their anniversary for Twitch as well. Well, I say congratulations, but I don't know if that is the right thing to say, but Beld's going through Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption 2, playing as a very polite and peaceful man. Shook says they're not really quite sure the aliens in Dark Descent do not have boobs. I'm pretty sure they don't. We'll have a look next time. Unknown says they love how they're just sauntering off on their own again, Commander, with no rear guard. No, you have two rear guard. They've just cleared out the entire section behind you. That was your rear guard. And then you've also got the two people watching down the corridor. The only thing you don't have protection from is if anything is in that little weird bit of the room you've just come through, or the weird room on the left. But apart from that, you're pretty much covered in everywhere else. You just have to clear it properly. Clear it better than Morgan did in Walking Dead. Belt says they had their 1 year affiliate anniversary. Yes, we'll go with congratulations. I don't actually know what the right thing is to say for that, but... LOL. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, we're going for it. Okay, Unknown is fine there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're safe over here. I think we just have to go for bridge. Go for bridge, go for bridge, go for bridge, go for bridge. That's fine, that's also fine. There's just the one door over here, so we'll have Unknown go and check the final strut. We'll have these two cross through here. Actually, we can cross over there. This should be, quote, secure. That's gonna be the best joke of this stream, isn't it? Yeah, we secured the main grav lift. Boss. I can't believe we're gonna do this. I'm gonna send you up and... Cool. People are gonna die. So many people are gonna die. Like, there will be mass casualties. Because what I should do is hide everyone in the corners, like this. But the problem is that now Victor Steiner doesn't have an easy way up. I'm gonna send up Nihan. See, I kind of remember how to breach the bridge of a UFO. Kaz needs to really book it. Okay, double check. I'm gonna send Victor up. If okay. Rattleship doesn't even have their stun rod in their hand, but no guts, no glory, I guess. Take a sit this way, so you're not in the doorway. Either we're about to kill everyone in their own crossfire. Oh, science team can go up as well. Either we're about to... Excuse me? Your snapshot is 20? I mean, you do have a huge cost for... You do have... I kind of hate how time units is percentage and not just a flat value. I get it's for balance, but at the same time it really sucks when you have some like science team can move a huge distance, but also know they can also shoot. It's annoying. Kaz says that I keep pushing the rear guard in front of the yeah, Unknown keeps pushing the rear guard in front of the bullets. That's why they've had to solo clear that one corner of the room that was already clear. I'm just going to push the button. We have 3 turns to find the commander before he goes hunting for us. Unknown sort of does it to themselves, I guess, is what we're going with here. Belt says, considering it's their income, it's a good thing. They survived 1 year streaming. Oh, that's right. You do it full time, don't you? It is actually your job. Which is also why you ate the, see, this is why you should have saved the I was going to say cockroach-related Baja Blast Pie, but in terms of its survival. You could have saved it for now and had it like, hey guys, it's been a year, Baja Blast Taco Bell Pie, let's go. Maybe they'll do another one. Maybe they'll do a different flavor of Taco Bell Mountain Dew Pie. Oh, don't do that to me. Not a single thing came into the middle of the room. Cass, I'm gonna have you open a door. Stupid long corridors. Shug? You're gonna go with Victor Davion? Kind of. The science team is gonna come out here as well. Okay. I don't remember which of these is the bridge. We have to very quickly figure out where the bridge is. But I also need to be very careful because room here, this is a room I'm pretty sure, room here, room here, room here, room here. The door for this is like by here, and then I don't know how we get into this one, but I assume the door's over here. Everyone is basically gonna have to go split because we don't have enough people alive This was a bit of an issue. Losing 2 people early on was an issue. I might actually just have Unknown solo clear this and send these 2 for support. Or we go be very careful with this. No one seems to be by there, so we're going to put Unknown into the middle of the corridor. Should be fine. Since we have this fully secure, just run them over. So then this can get done as soon as possible. Maybe I send Unknown up. How good are your stats? Good, but not great. Okay. Hold it on this screen. Catch up again. Unknown asks, where's their stick to be the most overpowered character then? You don't get a stick until you move up to the bridge floor. Once you do that, stun rod at the ready. Drops your accuracy, but stun rod at the ready. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Wait, how'd that crystal hit that far across? Oh, because it moved and then went. Okay. Right. I'm going to ignore the zombies. Hold on. I gotta catch up with the chat. I'm gonna ignore the zombies, and then we're gonna worry about this later, because I need to be able to kill the chrysalids all in one hit. As long as we don't kill the zombie, we might be able to run the timer on it enough to get into a position where we can just wipe them all in one go and not worry, but we kind of need to figure out where we're going with everything. Shug says, oh no, Bell Vanguard is with the Umbrella Corps, but Bell's also want to remember Umbrella is weirdly the good guys. I don't think they've explained that yet, have they? Why suddenly in Resident Evil 7, Umbrella is the good guys? Because there was that other organization that was keeping the BOWs in check. I can't remember what it was called. That was the whole point of why Chris was in Africa in 5. Sugar asks, when did that happen? Bell says 7 through 8. Sugar also asks, wasn't Umbrella's ship that ran aground in 7 results in the ruin of the Baker family? I know there's a ship involved with 7. I don't remember much about it, because I didn't really... I got there and then just sort of stopped. So, maybe? Gas says it's at the end of 6 and never finished 6. I played Leon's campaign and then went, that's good enough, and then didn't play the other ones. Right. We're caught up. Yeah, we're gonna ignore the zombies as much as we can. In that case, we need to move away from them, so I guess we'll go this way. Gonna say that room's empty. The science team go scout this. Yeah, okay, it's safe to say the other one's empty then. Cass, I need you to keep an eye on them. But you could also get jumped by another chrysalid. Because there's nobody to back you up over here. I don't remember how much movement a zombie gets. So we'll worry about that later. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna push it. There's another way up! That's perfect, actually. That's a way up then. And then there's a way up over here, I assume. Cwningen, hello, thank you for the raid. Maybe it's over here. We're gonna have these two push through here, and then they can check this out. I'm gonna hazard a guess this doesn't have a grav lift. In which case we should be fine, we should be okay. We have one turn to get into that bridge. And then it all goes to hell. Cal says, well, it doesn't happen in 6, happens after 6. Oh, so between 6 and 7. Shook says they can't remember whose fault it was in 8. I'm going to try and give a shout out to Cwningen while we do this. I know they're playing an indie game I don't recognize. I think it's a horror one. Fishwood says bridges to the left. Oh, so we're actually about to hit the bridge. Ooh, this is going to get spicy. This is going to get very spicy. Bell says not in any detail no, but the BSAA is scumbags now and New Umbrella are good guys. That's the organization I'm trying to think of, BSAA. Guess says technically Blue Umbrella was founded in 2007, around the revelation time of the... That's one I need to finish as well, because I think that released episodically. I replayed the first episode. But I think I own every PC-ported Resident Evil game. So maybe next year we run through all of those. We'll see. We'll see. Cal says Blue Umbrella was managing the BSAA and other BOW firefighting teams. There's some law in 6, some in 7. Most of the laws in Tokyo Mari's Japanese side. Tokyo Mari are the airsoft people, aren't they? In the supplemental Japanese Resident Evil 5 Japanese only site, and some info on Resident Evil Vendetta. Vendetta's the movie I think I've seen all but one of them, and I think Vendetta is the one I have seen. I remember there's one where there's a guy who can somehow control lickers, and he fights tyrants with them, and it's kind of cool actually. But Cwningen and everybody else, welcome in. Hope you all had a good stream. What game was it? Luto. Is it a horror game? I know you normally do horror games or like spooky sort of mystery sort of things. So I think it is. I've been trying to look for it, but I keep getting caught out with doing all sorts of different things all the time. So unfortunately I haven't been able to like be there active, but I've tried. Promise. I promise. Don't kick me out, I promise. Welcome in Cooper90, Cwningen. And of course anybody who is lurking with the stream. Shook says, the Serotonin? Who's got the Serotonin? Hey, you'd have to ask Cwningen about that one. Yeah, there we go. Cwningen says the Serotonin is kind of like the Cwningen Emporium. Imagine having an entire museum dedicated to you. That's fine. Cash just died to one hit. Did the commander just step out of the bridge? Did the command... Oh, okay. Cwningen says they realized they were stuck on a puzzle for like an hour ago, then they needed to be last stream because they didn't fact check themselves. Wait, what? What do you mean? Shook says, oh, the Cwningen doesn't have unlimited serotonin. Cwningen saying, who do you think makes it? Yeah, you know, it's like Ratatouille. There's a little Cwningen underneath the hat of Cwningen that just guides Cwningen in making serotonin. That's kind of how it works. Sugars also says, new umbrella, but it's all a bit confusing. Yeah, maybe when I actually run through the list, it'll become a little bit easier to understand. Cwningen says it started spooky and it got terrifying, and that I have nothing to worry about, I'm always safe. I might have to add it to a wish list and keep track of it then. Just to see if I get a chance to be able to play it nearer to Halloween. Sugar's cast, why did they just die? A zombie ran up and I forgot a zombie one-shots. I thought the zombie would have done what the other one did and run away. So, yeah, Cass did a good job of keeping an eye on them, it's just that down goes Cass. But we can recover from this, because it didn't do the other thing I was worried about, which is I thought for some reason that a zombie could make another zombie. But no, that's when it dies and becomes a chrysalid. Someone says there were pictures matching up titles, they just had one completely wrongly associated. They were like, fuck, if they checked the book and followed the correct hint, they would have been a breeze. Yeah, caught by your own hubris. I'm gonna have Rattleship go and hit you with a stun rod. Okay. Yes! Fucking let's go! Kill everything else on the ship. Rattleship got the commander. Breach this, shoot this guy. Actually, hold on, we can take you alive, I think, as well. You had the blast launcher. Don't tell me there's two of you guys. And a leader? Oh, no way. You're telling me that I now have another leader to replace the one I wasted earlier doing the research way too early? So now we can go straight from alien origins to where are they coming from, to what we need a commander for, to pop the commander, to then get straight into the end game, and I'm already researching the improved UFO things, so in theory we could hit end game this stream? Am I gonna do the final mission full rookie, just like I've just done this battleship? We might. We might! I need Nihan to pick you up on the next turn. Ads arrive in about 55 seconds. We need to go zombie hunting. And deal with everything else. Putting a lot of faith that there's not something up here. Okay. It's probably faster for the other rookie over here to just go through the middle. Actually, I kind of need someone to... That's a zombie. I need someone to stay here so we can keep track of what's in the middle. I'm going to leave you here. If you react, shoot this and kill it and turn it into a chrysalid. I don't know if that then makes the chrysalid lose its turn. That's going to be a fun one to figure out. But it might just be that we have two chrysalids in play because of the zombies. I don't think there's any other snake men. We need to keep in mind 3 zombies. So 3 extra chrysalid. I'm curious to see what the end screen is going to say. Do I have anyone who's not acted? Nope, we're down to the dregs, basically, because of the amount of people we have left. I might just have Rattleship carry the corpse. Not the corpse, carry the leader, so that we can keep this safe and we just hold this room. Turn 20, they're going to start rushing me anyway. There we go. Do you lose the thing? Looks like they lose the turn. So, I'm going to have you... Thank you. I was going to say, hopefully kill this. Where this now gets fun is I have a zombie that's running wild. Unknown. Can I get you up to this doorway?
It is payday.
Ceramine, thank you for the resub. I can get you to cover this doorway. Okay. Kind of. Step out the way. So we have a... There you go, Unknown complaining about not having a guard or anything. I don't know where they are. No, we'll play it safe. Take it with you. Both of you need to make it out of this. I know I heard a door, and I don't think it was the door over here. I think the zombie has ran into this room by here. I don't know if there's going to be an alien in here. Or here. This is where it's going to get dangerous. Zombie. Miss. Waste its turn. That might just be the last one. Nope, there's a snake man by there. Was that also carrying a blaster launcher? Who has the better accuracy? You both would if you had... You're overburdened. You're also overburdened. Should have done this sooner. I can't pop that like this. Yes, I can. Maybe. We're gonna have to really hope that Chrysalid doesn't pop this turn. It will make that run. Have an unlike it behind it. If we're lucky, Rattleship will pop that Chrysalid on its turn. It will hatch, the Chrysalid will then not be able to act, assuming that's what happened here, is that it hatched and then it couldn't act. Then on our turn, we just firing line this thing. And if it is the last alien, we should be okay. I think it's the last alien, because it ended once that was done. Come on, kill the Chrysalid. $57. I'm gonna take the 3 shots. I am glad I did. Is it? Is it over? We'll check. We'll check. Who fucking doubted me? We pulled it off. I doubted myself. We had the mulligan save. We did it. It cost us 8 operatives. But we did it. We pulled a landed battleship and got a commander and a leader. Let's fucking go. Oh. Sheepy, I said that you'd be the one that...
Because it's about as stealthy as 2 skeletons fucking in a trash can.
Sheepy. You're gonna be Nihan because that took the leader, and I said that if it somehow ends up being the commander, how did I say it earlier? Subduced? There we go. You subduced a leader. There you go. Look at the stat gain, though. Jesus. Sheba says I didn't seduce the commander, I killed him. No. We took them. Live aliens recovered. 3. I need to catch up with the rest of chat because I know chat was, like, going. Well, once we found that commander. Unknown says they're nowhere near cast, they can't blame them. In fairness, yeah, if I remember that zombies would actually run up in one shot, I probably would have wasted the time units just to run cast further down. I don't know if I did that or not, but if I didn't, I would have. If I knew. Sugar says they've never heard of Luto. I say I've not heard of outside of the few times I've looked for Ceramine. Speaking of whom, Ceramine then says exactly, rule number 1 playing puzzle games, always doubt yourself. Have you played a game called Antechamber? It's not a horror game, but I think you might like it. It's, Antechamber plays on the idea of being non-Euclidean. So you need to be very good at keeping track of where you're going and what you're doing. And some of the puzzles are based around, this sort of same idea. It's a fun little puzzle game. I recommend it to a lot of people. If you want a horror one, though, it's kind of a weird game. I don't know if it's your sort of vibe. I need to double check its name. Dreadnought. Deadnought, even. I'll write the name into the chat. Actually, I could just go to the Steam page. This is... You are the mission control guiding 4 people or clones. Actually, unironically, it could be clones. You make your own party. You can have custom portraits. It's one of the games that's on my XCOM-like games that I'm going to be getting around to this year. It is really good at conveying the horror of being on the listening end of what everyone else is dealing with, based on the very limited information you have. There's not a lot of other games like it. Duskers, I think, is close, but it's not quite the same. Different sort of idea, similar concept. Bell says, let's go! Blow it up! I wish we could blow it up, but we didn't. But we just pulled a lot of things that I'm quite happy about. I'm worried why there was another... Maybe there were 2 leaders. Could 2 leaders appear on a battleship? Funny that the commander came running out, though, and I guess this confirms that a commander can have a heavy plasma or a blaster launcher. Leaders will have the blaster launcher as well. Silvermine says Luto is very good so far, and that my evil laugh's unlocked. Oh, the laugh has happened to a few different streams, but... I'm really happy with this. Excellent. Definitely. Here's the list of people lost. Actually, I think the order they died. Shug went down. Guild Wars was the one that got turned into a... Okay. So, House Karita died to reaction fire at the start. Yogurt died on the alien turn because the smoke grenade doesn't cover the Skylander. Guild Wars died to the Chrysalid. Cass got zombied. Shug and Victor both got turned into zombies. I don't remember how these 2 died. I think they got shot. They did. One of them got shot from Overwatch, moving up with... Oh, it might be Guild Wars got shot and... Yeah. Samuel is the only one I'm not 100% sure on. Cass says they died for the cause. Really good cause, though. Look at what we pulled. A live leader and a live commander. Sheepy agrees it's for the cause. Shug says, Luto is a psychological horror experience where you take on the role of someone unable to leave their home. But staying home sounds great, Silverman. Silverman says they're going to be lurking while they chop up some clips. Don't worry about it. Thank you for thank you for the raid. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for dropping by. Silverman says as well that it's a bit of a mindfuck, so the guy they're playing as definitely wishes he stayed home. I have to catch up on a lot of this. Kaz says getting your mindfucked is good. Wait, wrong type of mindfuck. Look, just because you're into, like, Baldur's Gate 3 flayers or whatever it is that you're letting probe your brain, doesn't mean everybody else is. I say that. I ate a lot of tadpoles when I played Baldur's Gate 3. 2 blaster launchers. A lot of alien grenades. So we killed 11... I don't know how many... 11... 14, because we killed 3 natural, we'll call it, chrysalids. Captured 3. So... Was I right in saying there's 20 aliens in a battleship, or close to it? 11, 3 live, 3 chrysalid. I can't do math all of a sudden. 11, 3 brings it to 14, 3 chrysalid, 17, 3 live, 20. Oh my god! My assumption was right. Also, a shit ton of alien alloys. We need those. I did see a few plasma rifles in that mission, so we managed to get a good stock of these. Heavy plasmas through the roof. Where's the blaster launcher? This is going to be very funny. Very funny. I just realized you don't have an alien containment, which is kind of what we need you to have. So once this is built, we'll actually throw down an alien containment, then we'll throw down a living quarters. And then they'll be roughly the same time that laboratory comes online. Shook says, woohoo, another dead snake. Yeah, snake, snake, snake. I think the thing I'm happiest about with the whole thing is that the Rattleship managed to get the commander and survived the Rattleship. We've done it. We've redeemed ourselves from the original, and then we crushed. Roughly half casualties. I'll take it on rookies. No armor. Beautiful. Not doing that again though. I'm going to just shoot down and eventually shoot down, or just ignore battleships. I'm not touching another one. I don't need to. I don't want to. We're not doing it. We're gunning it for the end game, baby. We might be finishing today. Trent says GG, thank you. Sashma says X as well, thank you very much. Thank you everybody who had faith or thought I could do this more. We started that whole thing with me saying it's just gonna be a meme and like if we win it's gonna be great, but like I'm not expecting to do it. And then we did. Of all things. Crazy. I need another general stores here, don't I? No, I need to actually hold on to this. Research is still average. Fightercraft is on the way. I think after Fightercraft we can then do the really good thing, and then, yeah, we're like... Depending how the research scales over here in HD, we might actually be in for the end game if I only respond to terror missions. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. Am I gonna beat the game without psionics? We'll see. Shook says I'm the only doubter. They kept the faith. Yeah, I didn't expect to be able to pull it off. I thought it would be like down to the wire, like 2 people left. It even said that'd be the plan was like at least pulling the person with the commander out, but no. We did it. Shook says subduced. What happens to the English language? The English language is mutating all the time. Subduced is when you subdue and seduce to subdue an alien. We just saw it happen. Right, hold on, I gotta name someone. Oh right, they're not back yet. I'm in the wrong base. That's also the case. You. Congratulations, you're actually... EP, I think you're on your 2nd clone? Yes, you are. Oh, you died in the June. Okay. Yeah, you just died on that last mission, and then I forgot to replace you. Whoops. Well, get replaced. We actually do need a clone, wolf, clone. And then we also need... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Congratulations, Shug and Unknown now are matched for clones. I need soldiers. I'm just gonna pull 12 of you. To replace those heavy casualties we just took. Let this tick down in 5 seconds. We're near the end of June. Oh, we're gonna hit July and we're gonna be able to dodge most of the problems apart from... I'm not doing a landed ship. I don't care. That's another battleship. I'm not doing it. I did a night mission battleship with basically rookies. Here we go. But, I'm reading the text, my brain just isn't processing it. Cwningen says antechamber. Fuck, they don't know how to spell it. Close enough, you'll find it. Steam will correct the spelling, I'm pretty sure. Or if it doesn't, then, yeah, just let me know and I'll send you that Steam thing. Cwningen also says they'll have a look, though. They do enjoy a non-horror a lot of the time. It's a really fun puzzle game. You can speedrun it. I want to say pretty easily, but I've also never finished it, so I never completed it. And then I just went for finished, but... Kaz says, hey now, Mind Flayer is the one monster they don't fuck with. Sheepy is putting forward tentacles. So we know that Sheepy is the Mind Flayer here. So we need to be careful of them when we hit Terror from the Deep. Kaz says the tentacles are not for fun, they're for evil. The whole of the Mind Flayers are for evil. I've played Baldur's Gate 3. I know their deal. Oh good, the plasma cannon's finished. Which is the best, debatably the best weapon in the game for aircraft. We're not going to research that though. I need to be using this for heavy research. We need to go with new fighter transporter. That right there. This is the... Let's stop beating around the fucking bush. We're hitting the end game. I've said there are a few things you need to do in order to hit the access the final mission. New fighter transporter gives you the Avenger, which is, as the name implies, a fighter transporter. I believe it feel free to correct me on this one. I think it transports 24 or 26. It's in the 20s at least. And it is capable of engaging a battleship and winning if you give it plasma cannons. So having this now is late, but you can have this way earlier if you're really good at the research and you really know what you're doing and you sort of gun it. The leader is going to give me some sort of where are they coming from mission that I think once I do, a battleship retaliation is almost always guaranteed. So we're going to have to survive that, which is why I want to move the leader and the commander away into Hate Thee, so that we do the leader there, and then if it doesn't get hit, we do the commander there as well. And then it's basically disposable, because once we have the commander done, once we have the craft done, we can just go. So these two we're going to hold for the time being, because I need the alien containment of the other one, and then we send the leader, and then we... Yeah, what I've just done. The blaster launcher gives me the best defense in the game, not counting the grav shield thing, which I don't remember how we get the access to that one. But basically there's a lot here I want to do, but we need heavy plasma, we need the heavy weaponry really, because we're gonna need it, especially on that final run. We're not building anything here. Give me... Wait, have I just done the research for Firestorm at the same time? I must have in order to get fighter transport. Firestorm is basically our own UFO, but it runs on Elerium. In the base game of not Util, not OpenXCOM, there is a bug with the Firestorm where when it hits 50% fuel, it always flies back. I don't think the other aircraft do this. It's not that great. I have a funny feeling this is a fighter transport as well. I think you can deploy out of the Firestorm, or I might be thinking of something else like the Lightning. Oh right, the Avenger might not be that one, it might be the one after, it might be the Avenger Pro, or whatever it is. Basically, when we get the Avenger, we're good to go. But until then, we're not. I can make Hover Tank Plasma, which is really tempting, especially with how we're playing. But I need Plasma Beams. Go with 2. Yeah, new fighter craft was finished. Lightning has 2 weapon pods. Yeah, see, it's basically a UFO. And then over here, we're gonna do new fighter transport. We might actually do this about the flying suit too. Production is complete over there of that. We have enough money that we could go ahead and do other things as well. Maybe I do make power suits for everybody. Maybe. I can make alien alloys? Why did I think I couldn't? I'm thinking we do make a hover tank plasma. I just didn't even realize that was a thing, but thank you for asking the question, Sashman, of can I right click an up and down control to make it go to max value? This entire time, I could just do infinite, that's funny. Make 2 of them. Monthly profit's fine because the laser cannons will offset it. 5 days to do that, that's fine. I'm gonna need the 2 hover tanks if I'm gonna be doing this really dumb way to do the final mission. Bell says Mind Flayers can one-shot anyone. Not fucking with them is fair. I've seen some people that try to romance the Mind Flayer in Baldur's Gate 3. Some people are into that sort of weird thing. Which I don't think they realize is just a gateway to death. Just become a necromancer. Much easier. Sesquan says I couldn't Illyrium. Illyrium I know you can't produce because that's... I think it even says in the UFOpedia here. I love how there's a wiki called UFOpedia and there's UFOpedia here and there's like... Yeah, whatever. Here it says that it is not naturally found in the solar system and cannot be reproduced. I thought for some reason alien alloys were the same. But it seems not. It seems I'm completely wrong. Drew says it's an OpenXCOM quality of life for the right click. Ah. Shows how much I use OpenXCOM when I play this. We've had, what is it, stream 3? And I've just been set like holding the button. It's probably driven some people insane. Bell says those people are degenerates. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Real people romance Minthara. I'm not touching that. Oh, here are all the new, let's go name some people, shall we? We now have to do... Who else died on that one? Right, Guild Wars died. Thankfully, there's still a Guild Wars. Oh no, Eye of the North. Hold on. Eye of the North. Eye of the No. hold on, if I take the spaces out. Guild Wars Eye of the North. There we go. That is such a bad clone. I don't think anybody else is... No, nobody else. Curious on the statistics. Yeah? Yeah, I'm unusually slow with my research. Do I have the... I forget where it comes to the base information. I have the space. Not enough money? Well, I don't have the money for it. Let's see if we can fix that. I don't need... I'm gonna be honest, Chief. We're moving over to heavy plasma rifle. I can sell all these. Not the clips. Get rid of those. Keep that. What else do I not want? I don't need all this alien entertainment. That's for certain. Alien navigation I need to keep. Power source need to keep. Alien alloys need to keep. Anyway, that's enough money for me to get what I want, I think. Which is 50 scientists. Yes. Let's actually unfuck my research, shall we? Unknown says we were both cloned so many times that we're like as each other, the originals or something like that. Yeah, I think you two were... Hold on, if we go look at the memorial. Did you both die in the same mission? I died, you died. Shug died. Shug might have been there. Yeah, yeah. Unknown and Shug have been the longest running... Oh, no, Cass as well. But Cass hasn't... No, hold on. How many clones is in the name now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cass is one clone generation behind, but you're all basically at the same level at this point. Sashman asks, is it an OpenXCOM thing? Not of it. I'm pretty sure it's an OpenXCOM quality of life thing. Sashman also says the wiki is named after the in-game reference. Yeah, that tends to be the case with a lot of like fan wikis, as they're named after like the in-game help or information resource, which is pretty obvious, really, if you think about it, to use that. But it does make it a bit annoying when I'm saying that, like, on UFOpedia, and I'm referring to like the wiki for like things like, well, we saw there the aliens going aggression. When I can also be referring to this one when I'm like, well, on UFOpedia, the plasma gun, if you look at the stats, and then, yeah, it's a little bit annoying to have that both be the same thing. Cass agrees, hell yeah, real people do romance Minthara. I absolutely did. I played a reasonable, we'll go with reasonable paladin, Oathbreaker, really. And I romanced Minthara. I took her alive. That sounds better than alternatives could possibly sound, actually. I left her alive during the attack, and then I recruited her, and I didn't realize I could have recruited her much sooner when we got to Act 2. So, like, half of Act 2 was done without Minthara, and then we struggled with Halcyon. I recruited Minthara, went, I'm gonna do some funky multi-class experimentation, cleared the Halcyon fight like it was nothing. And then she stayed in the party. Wife. Literally wife at the end of it, too. Sheba says, isn't that the entire point of Baldur's Gate 3? Since we just get to roll the time through us. 5 minutes. Isn't it the whole point of Baldur's Gate 3? Getting on with the party before the brainworms kill everyone and everything? Funny you mention this. This is a point of contention I've seen with a lot of people with Baldur's Gate 3. You can fuck right off. Yeah, where you go. Don't care. I don't care if it tanks my rating too. I don't care. Perth? I'm not doing a nighttime terror mission. Perth can burn for all I care. We'll put it... We'll save it for the fun of it. We'll give it a bit of time and then we'll fly over. How are we doing for research? We can't even use heavy plasma because we need to research the cut. Unknown! Great. Oh, I need to give you a project. No, I gave you a project. It's a new fighter transporter. Which gives me the lightning and then I get the Avenger. Got it. Now I remember how that works. Leave it on 5 seconds. Yeah, I'll let that tick down a little bit more. But anyway, the point of contention is some people think Baldur's Gate 3 isn't that good of a game because when it comes to the roleplay aspect of it, people say that Dragon Age Origins is a better roleplay game than Baldur's Gate 3 because again, I have not played Dragon Age Origins. I want to get through that series at some point. But apparently the party members and the characters in that game have more agency and more character to themselves that isn't reliant on the player character than Baldur's Gate 3, to the point where some of the romances you can do are more, or they feel more natural than Baldur's Gate 3. Where I can understand the argument because I've had this problem in Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous, Rogue Trader, we've definitely slipped into it, and Baldur's Gate 3, where I think we're just like talking with a character and we're getting on with them, it's a friendship, and then all of a sudden they're like, would you like to fuck me? And I'm like, that's not the way we're going with this. Buddy, calm down. Kingmaker, we sort of avoided the love landmine a little bit, but we were also going for the twins, and we ended up with the twins. Wrath of the Righteous, we were going for Wendwag, and I think we had to dodge Sociale. And I remember there was one thing we were talking to with Ulbrig, who is the shapeshifter from the DLC. He just out of the blue is like we're like, hey, don't worry, we realize you were left behind of time, we realize you were a statue, it's been like 100 years, don't worry, you've got friends. You can rely on us, we're your family now. And then all of a sudden he's like, would you like to sleep with me? And I'm like, no. No is not how that. No, I'm sleeping with the spider lady. And then Rogue Trader, because of the weird way Eldar are, we were just trying to be reasonable and not upset the Eldar. There's 2 Eldar you can get in that game. One's Dark Eldar, one's Eldar. The normal Eldar, we were just like being nice to be like, hey, look, be a little bit understanding with this. We were also dogmatic, which is kind of funny the way that rolls out. But with how we were role-playing the character, it was like, hey, look, we get that you're having some problems, we'll see what we can do to smooth it over. Last thing we need is like some sort of civil war breaking out on ship because you're here. While we were also romancing Cabela, and then out of the blue during like Act 3, Cabela just drops a paragraph being like, I've seen you being close to that Eldar, I think there's something going on. I'm like, there's nothing going on. I'm just like saying, hey, look, don't worry about it. Don't be mean. Don't be weird. Leave the Eldar alone. It'll be fine. They're helping us work through trauma that we've had. It's like therapy. And then it turns out the therapist was soul bonding to us. And we had to decide, hey, look, are we going to go with the Eldar or the Cabela? And I went, well, I'm going with Cabela because that's the plan from the word go. Like, but when we started this playthrough, I knew they were a romance option. They were the ones we were going to go with. And admittedly, the Eldar was like, I understand. It is the way of you, monkey, to do this. I wish you the best on your travels, and left the room without much problem. But it was just crazy the way that like every roleplay game that's like modern, we end up falling into a romance. It's almost daytime, we can go. We need to make sure that the ship is fitted with volunteers. Yep, that's volunteers. for sure. Wait. Do I have a hover tank? Ooh. Said all the way, like, first and second stream, I normally run with a heavy weapon platform. You're about to see why. Give me the hover tank plasma. Thank you. They use a 4 crew slot, which is why I'm used to running 10 man, not 14. Which is why I keep getting caught out thinking I have less men than I do. We will just... send the Sky Ranger. But, getting back to the point, I can sort of see and partially agree with the idea that Baldur's Gate 3 characters basically revolve around the player character and don't really have a lot of their own agency in story. They've got their own quest lines, they've got their own storylines, kind of. But in terms of, like, who they are as a person and the relationships they have and how they are, a lot of it is open to the idea of the character could, the player could literally insert themselves at any moment and be like, I'm gonna go with you now. And I don't inherently have a problem with it. It just gets annoying when it's like, hey, I thought we were just like, you know, I'm gonna play a character that really likes clerics because they're a cleric. They like bonding with clerics. They like talking about theology and the different gods. Oh no, the cleric now thinks I'm trying to sleep with them. It's just... I can see both sides of it, and I would say I'm on the fence, but I do lean sort of more towards games need to be less openly horny. I think maybe the way to word that one. Curious to see how Dark Heresy rolls. Also curious to see how Divinity is going to go. No, that's another one. Divinity Original Sin 2. I was just talking to Fane, and all of a sudden he was like, would you like to bone? And I'm like, I don't want to bone. Wild thing to ask me when I'm just talking about your backstory and the fact that you're apparently the most relevant of the companions to the whole game. No, I don't want to bone. I don't think we actually had any romance option. I didn't think we picked the romance option for Divinity Original Sin 2. Pretty sure we went through that one. I say that, there's a caveat. We did sleep with someone during Original Sin 2. It was the lizard. There's a lizard lady you can sleep with, and we played as an undead lizard. That was a experience. Especially the ambush. Anyway, tangent of Baldur's Gate 3 aside. Let's scroll up. Sashman asks, Raspberry Pavlova is a generated name? Nope. If there's not enough people who've used the Twitch Point redeem for customize something to customize and volunteer to be a soldier, an eventual clone, then when anyone hits Squatty, I give them a nickname. So Raspberry Pavlova is the longest surviving non-cloned soldier we have at the moment, but that's largely down to the fact they keep getting crippled and limbs shot off and stuck in the med bay and all sorts of fun things like that. Shook says I think Raspberry Pavlova was a name chosen by someone in chat. Technically true. Chosen by me. Shiba says they're disappointed they didn't immediately start work on Baldur's Gate 4. Just imagine the romance angle of Baldur's Gate with Jedi chatbot personalities. The whole reason they didn't is because of how Hasbro treated them, if I understand that story correctly. Hasbro caused a lot of problems during development, so they were like, once we're done with this, and then we're just going to go into our own thing, which a lot of people thought was going to be Divinity, and they were right. Unknown says that they're 5th or 6th rate clones. Hey, look, if the clones make it through to the end, we may pass a law where clones are now recognized as the original individual. So maybe you'll get full rights and you'll be a normal human being, minus the genetic defects of being a 6th generation clone. We're not perfect at this, as can be seen from some of the stats of some of the soldiers. Let's quickly interrupt that to have a look. Looking at you, Who? Who is it that... Look at you, Guild Wars. I'm gonna run out of Guild Wars names. Actually, is it Sheepy that... No, Sheepy is greatly solid. Damn. Weak, but strong. Stat-wise. Not strength-wise. Just weak. Shug says they haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, but they'll be doing a no horny run. I debated doing that for Baldur's Gate 3, and then I was like, actually, I kind of like Minthara's character. We're gonna go with Minthara. I think that was another one I decided once I found out, because I'd heard from a lot of people the different ways eventually Minthara was being bugged into being a companion if you were being good, and then the developers went, fine, we'll let you have an actual working method that isn't buggy to do it. And I was like, cool, I know that exists. It's one of the few things I knew going into Baldur's Gate 3. I was like, we're going to recruit the companion. And then I liked them enough, I was like, yeah, we're going to romance this one. Karlak was never an option. Didn't particularly feel like sleeping with the 6-foot-tall gremlin. Shadowheart, not really. Gale, I had no interest. Halsin, I had no interest. Yeah, but basically, Minthara was the only one that was interesting of any description. The others were just sort of, I know a lot of people have, like, they live and die by the person they romance in Baldur's Gate 3, which is kind of why I joked earlier with saying that the real people romance Minthara, but pick whoever you want to. Absolutely hated Astarion, though. Dropped him out of the party once I could have someone, which was Minthara, fill the same role he did. Never looked back. Didn't even do his personal quest line. Because we hit level 12 and it was like, well, I've done everything apart from a few quest lines. Can't remember which ones they were that we avoided apart from Astarion's. Yeah, then we just went to endgame and then won. Won in a beautiful way, too. Shug says that's their town. I will not let that city burn. Well, we're on the way, don't worry. Although I do realize we're like 14 minutes behind. Jesus, I got a lot to catch up on. But don't worry. If that fails, once we get there, I'll load the save. We'll actually start flying sooner, I guess. We'll just hover around until daytime hits. Sashman says it'll be daytime by the time I get there. I'd rather not run the risk and have it be like just a few pixels into nighttime. I'd rather run the risk of it maybe failing, especially since we're near the end of the month anyway. It's gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be fucking Snake Man again. Give me floaters. I've had it with Snake Men. To paraphrase Samuel L. Jackson, who was once caught on a Boeing 747 or whatever it was, I've had it with these fucking Snake Men on this fucking planet. Please give me floaters. Sheepy says that sentence makes no sense at all. Baldur's Gate 3 no horny run. What? Yeah, it's doable. Cal says Dragon Age Origins is better than Baldur's Gate 3. When I eventually get around to that, I got so many series I need to get through. Definitely hitting at least Witcher this year. Definitely. But Baldur's Gate Origins? Baldur's Gate 3 is the only Baldur's Gate I've played. Dark Ages. Come on, brain. Dragon Age Origins. There we go. Dragon Age Origins series is what I want to get through because I've heard interesting things about how it handles a lot of the interactions between races. Knowing it's a BioWare game, I'm expecting something similar to Mass Effect in terms of writing. Spicy. Anyway, we're about to land in Perth. Bell says that no horny run is a true hardcore challenge run. Shug says they like Road Trader. I'm planning when the next DLC drops, God, that's gonna be a fun one to try and jam in somewhere, to do another full playthrough. We did one for Dogmatic. I'm planning to do probably Iconoclast for the next one, which I think is going to be another one of those Owlcat DLCs where it's basically a random generated dungeon deal. Hello, Terrasite 5, you can wait here for a second, you waited long enough as it is. Yeah, do maybe an Iconoclast based run for that one, see a few of the other choices we didn't do, see some of the other decisions. And then for the last DLC they have planned, I think it's the last DLC they have planned, they normally do 2 seasons. Heretic. Which, we'll see how that pans out. I already have an idea of as well of kind of what I want to do for the Iconoclast Runners 2. But we'll get to that when we actually get to that. Cass says, ask Hosty about the romance. Beldorse agrees that Cabella's the best romance. What I liked about the Cabela one, I don't know, I'd have to double check how your run went. The result I got at the end is that Cabela, I think, is still running the death cult on the ship. She is also officially my wife, and our first child has gone into the death cult as per tradition. And that she stays at my side. Also, Pascal went and soloed Juliet, which was kind of funny. And we may have rebuilt the Breathing Tempest cult, clan, whatever, I can't remember what the actual term is for it, but the Breathing Tempest of the Dark Eldar, we might have rebuilt that. Which is really fitting given that, no hyperbole, Cass can verify this. Why can't I remember the Dark Eldar's name all of a sudden? The Dark Eldar guy almost soloed a god. Genuinely. Beld as well says that Dragon Age Origins will not fall into a romance with Morgan accidentally 100%. Morrigan's the one voiced by Claudia Black, right? Hold on, we gotta hand out the goods. I don't even need to take the stun rods because we don't need to take anything alive anymore. What am I dealing with? Do we have anything on turn 1? Right, so heavy weapon platforms. They're 2x2. If we look at the stats, you can see this thing is armored to the teeth. It is... I think the regular heavy weapon platforms are armored like a power suit. This is armored more than the flying suit can be. And it moves like a flying suit. Fucking Snake Man. Of course it is. So you can see that we just ate a whole lot of shots there. And we're fine. This is why I love heavy weapon platforms. Early game, you have one with a rocket launcher, you just drive around, and it's great. Anything not packing a heavy plasma is not really going to get through the armoring of this. Basically, the issue we had with Cyberdisk on our first Terra mission, we're now doing that to the aliens. Speaking of which, Cyberdisks, that's going to be a fun one here. Chrysalids, that's going to be a fun one here. We might be able to cause a panic like we did last time. Have I got this set to throw? No, I don't. Because I clicked off of it like a fool. Please step away and don't get shot. Thank you. Alright. See, we took a little bit of damage there, and basically nothing. As long as they don't hit the underside, which they won't do because we've landed, we're basically perfect. I don't know if the smoke grenade will hide the hover disc, but Mwah. Alright, we'll catch up with chat now on the end of this. Sashma says it's the Lusty Argonian maid. Oh, the weird book thing that's in Oblivion. I actually kind of liked finding those because of how much it is just genuine like innuendo smut the entire way through. But the one I think I remember the most is polishing the broomstick. Cass says unknown tried to romance Heinrichs and rogue trader to turn him, and it didn't work out. Lol. Oh, I remember that plan actually. Yeah, but he was also sleeping with like half the crew. And someone who I didn't seem to exist in my playthrough. Man, I don't regret executing her at the first moment that it fitted the character. Great that I could do it too. Shireen. Still sat in my brain. It'll be interesting to see how I react to her on the Iconoclast playthrough. Cass says, Hosty is a filthy heretic. Proven by their playthrough. Belt says that no one willingly works with Hasbro Wizards the Coast twice. Ask anyone in the games industry. 6th generation clones also don't have any problems. They're a 6th generation clone. They can count the amount of defects they've seen on their 3 hands. See, that's not a defect, that's an advantage. You can have a stun rod in one hand, and then you can carry the alien you've knocked out in the other 2. Welcome to reason number 2 why I absolutely fucking love tanks. That's right, we can bait out the chrysalids using my tank. Oh. Get into that in a second. It's so nice having this. Belt says, we've done that one. Cat says, fun fact, Minthara's sex scene only appears if you kill the Grove. I could have sworn we slept with her before the ending. I think we did end up getting a sex scene out of it. Sheepy says Gale is the one they couldn't stand. They wasn't even in the camp the moment they can't have a full party without him included. Gale I didn't mind too much, but it also didn't care too much for him either way. It was interesting doing his quest line, I guess, to try and stop, Man, I can't even remember what his quest line was. Gale is so middle of the road, I don't remember anything apart from him easing my early items, and then that's it. Chuck says we're going to the Terra mission Perth. Oh, we are going. Okay. Yeah, we were in flight. Don't worry. 40 minutes behind is about average. It's only when I'm playing something like this where I need to like focus in, do a whole lot of things all at once that I tend to like lag behind this much, because it's like I've got to do this, got to do this, got to do this, and then chat does its thing. Belt says sadly they didn't get a good relationship ending with them. Used her church for too many things. She's an insano fanatic. Oh, for Cabela? I think it's like, it tends to be a case with Owlcat games. You have to pick very specific dialogue at very specific times to get endings. And I think I just got lucky with it. And that's how she ended my wife. Kind of the same way that I managed to slot it with the the way I managed to get both of the twins. Belt says Marajai, Kaska says Marajai. Yeah, Marajai almost soloed the final boss. If it wasn't for the turn interruptions, then he would have. In fact, the turn interruption that stopped him from doing it is the one where he loses his turn because he's the last one or the one that's dealt the most damage to the god, and it just puts him on a binding. but I didn't have a way to give him his turn back without, like, doing a few other things. I think there might have been, like, one round had gone, and then he finished it. It was beautiful. Shug says, go little tank. It's always good when your tank to planes and isn't immediately blown up. Yeah, that's more of an issue with the earlier ones, but hover tanks, they're armored to the teeth. Here's where it gets funny. Kaz says they dare the chrysalids to turn the damn tank. Kaz being unaware that heavy weapons platforms are immune to being chrysalided, and chrysalids, I don't know if this is the case across all the wars, but chrysalids seem to have a preference for going for heavy weapons platforms. Or at least I think it's because it's the closest enemy they can pick, and they go, oh, there's a few enemies here, we can just stand by here and hit two. It runs towards them and then wastes its whole turn like that guy did. And then it tries to move away and gets reaction shot. When I go into a battleship, I love having one of these, if it is a Snakeman one, because it just goes up, and then we wait for the chrysalids to run out, and then the people below shoot, and then we move up, and then you sort of see how it rolls. And again, this thing is durable. I mean, it loses accuracy as it loses health, but who cares? Its main point is to sit here and just take damage and kill things. But we'll use you to scout out a little bit. Oh, like that guy there. I think the damage of the plasma is around the same as a plasma rifle. I don't think it's a heavy plasma. But it's fine either way. What I need to be careful about here is... There was a snake man over here, but they're gone. I don't see a chrysalid. Doesn't mean there isn't one, but... Oh, is this the corner of the map over here? Okay. We know there's a snake man over this way. Hello. %62% chance to hit, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar's tank, who taught you how to shoot. Kaz is saying that, look, Marwol Sr. is not the best when it comes to sight. Shug's asking a really interesting question here, because Marwol Sr. implies I've somehow revived from the dead. The tank embodies me? Kaz says, no, it's because I died, Marwol Jr. died. Oh, is this about clones? I have no clones? Shug's finding it difficult to follow. There we go. Kaz says that we had to sign the right to be cloned. I didn't. Correct. But Senior implies that I've come back from the dead. So is my dead body powering this tank? Could be. Alien technology is strange like that. Maybe Shane has come from the Walking Dead. Shane the Power Lich. You would take multiple hits. Shane the Power Lich has turned up. I just realized we're leaving this wide exposed and I'm running out that way. Unknown might be about to turn into a chrysalid. Oh. Aha! Aha! We have chrysalids. We have 3. One there. Well, there's more over there now. Okay, you can see a chrysalid all the way over there. So can you. I was thinking the explosion might take that out. This... Cute. We know there's a zombie over there as well. We know there's another chrysalid in here. It makes it a bit sketchy to come down. But the science team will do it. Sheepy's gonna stand by there. Kind of awkward, but we'll do it. The Rattleship. Come this way. Basically, we just need sight lines. Because we need to be worried about the... We need to kill Was it a snake man and a zombie in here? That's fun. And then we just need to offer up volunteers. Oh, Teresa's a squatty. I need to give them a nickname. Right, Shug. Congratulations, I don't think you're gonna get turned into a zombie, so you can stand by there. Clone, 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 clone is gonna go this way. It's also funny enough the noise they made when they came out of the machine. Right, we need to move here. Okay, a zombie might actually do some damage to the tank. Eh, not really. Hello? I'm gonna leave the zombie the way it is. There's an alien over here. Good job, Rattleship. Oh, hi! Cass says, yes, Shane Welsh, the Power Lich, resurrected at me, and now I'm a 40k style Dreadnought, the tank. I'm doing a great job so far of leading the way. The problem is that I need to not kill so many, well, I mean, we need to kill as much as we can because it's chrysalids, but I need to not kill so many things. Speaking of chrysalids, I'm actually going to take the shot at you. Yeah, I think it's basically a plasma rifle. Yeah, chrysalids. Fortunately, we're stealing the experience. Aren't you not a great shot? Yeah, you're not. Auto fire at that one. I was kind of hoping you'd miss a little bit more. Like, more this way. Sheepy, you're a good shot, right? Who do you see? Oh, the snake man. See? That's how you do it. Sheepy's got that, I think, home field... No, it's Shug that said that this is their home city. Shug has that home field advantage of standing on the combat ramp. Wait. Is that the edge right there? This is a really small Terra mission. This is a really small Terra mission. Normally it's a little bit bigger than this, I swear. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, does it seem kind of small to anybody else? There's like a tile here, and then that's it. Sure guys, did they do something right? Yeah, you stood on you stood on the ramp, provided great oversight to everybody else. Sheepy managed to take down a chrysalid and a snake man. Sheepy says it's not small, it's just cold here. I see. The map is just experiencing cold shock. Cast did the exact same joke. I see. See, you're in a bit of a hive mind sort of situation. I'm not gonna shoot the back of my tank. That's a really dumb idea. The science team can go help handle this. Who's still on the ship? A lot of people. Unknown needs to come off of it so that they can be at risk. I mean, be a hero. I don't trust anyone who says they can see the zombie in there. Come over this way. And then Guild Wars Eye of the North, which I know nothing about. Apart from it has more heroes in it. Come this way. We've started the panics. Another panic. You absolute fool. You bald-headed demon. What do you mean there's no line of fire? Shoot the wall then. No one can... If the zombie can't hit you and you can't hit the zombie, I don't mind too much. Actually... Alexei, you have really bad aim. You're gonna kill that civilian. I know it. I know it's gonna happen. Now shoot. Congratulations on bracketing an alien 2 feet in front of... Well, 15. That doesn't mean do it again, but at least you killed it. I don't know where the other plasma shot came from. So I don't know where to start probing. And I don't want to probe too... Ooh, hello. Okay, you panicked. And I know you're a soldier. So... Right. Of course. You know what? The more we kill, the more they're gonna panic. If we can keep the morale loss up, eventually all the snake men will disarm themselves, and then we can just run up and go, ha! And kill them with our least accurate soldiers to improve their accuracy. Teresa! I heard a double door open and close, I know that much, because I heard a UFO sound. Oh shit, there is a second snake man in there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, the door's open. Oh, we have to kill this now. We get another plasma rifle out of this. Unknown, would you like to... pop a chrysalid? Like a zit? You? Wow, that was... I mean, I could have also just blocked it, but it would just run around. We're definitely causing another panic this turn. I'm tempted to go inside of here, and that way we have, like, line of sight, and if there's a crystal, it has to come all the way around. Clone Wolf! Perth isn't gonna charge us for destroying the infrastructure, so tear that wall down and run inside. Sheepy. Go with Cass. Guild Wars, I'm gonna make you stick your face in the window. Okay. Should go get ready to breach. I think that's everybody. I mean, Rattleship could still do something. Like, face the right direction. There we go. There's another panic. The leader's gone berserk, so they've wasted their actions. There's a zombie. There's another one. Man, that might just be the last civilian alive. Rattleship. If I get you to pop that, I'm gonna need... See if you can pop it, actually. No. Answer that one. Science team. Nobody here can hit it. Well, the zombie's not going to be able to get to us. So keep the Rattleship here for the reaction so we can pop it on its turn. Then the chrysalids just stood there in the open like a fool. Speaking of chrysalids, I've got you to deal with over here. Second? Ah, interesting. No one on this turn can shoot for shit. I mean, you have the worst accuracy. Sure, your accuracy's fine. Yeah, you see a snake man all the way over there. Okay, that zombie might be a bit of a problem. Let's see. Okay, my grand plan... Oh no, my grand plan did sort of pan out. Never mind. My grand plan might not have panned out. Please go here and please don't get shot. I don't think Cass has enough movement and everything else to be able to get up here and shoot. No. I could open the wall. It's a bad idea. Let's not open the wall. The hover tank to go this way. Oh, there's two zombies over here. I'm gonna see if I can get the tank to take the hits. You know, tank it. Mumble, hello, welcome in. Hope you have a good week as well. Mumble says I can shoot out the stairs on the second floor to be impervious to chrysalids. Where's the fun in that? All the risk is removed. If I was using flying suits on everyone, sure. I mean, all the risk is removed and I'm using a hover tank. But where's the fun in taking out the stairs? Oh. The chrysalid could waste its turn trying to get to me. As opposed to, I don't know, not. Or... It feels sort of cheap just to take the stairs out. Can't like take it... Don't you... Can't you also take the stairs out and like Project Zomboid to not have the zombies go upstairs and you can do like different weird things so you can go up and down but they can't? I'm not really a huge Project Zomboid player, but I know there are a few here that are. They might be able to confirm. I don't know what I want to do with Unknown. We're just going to sit tight with Unknown. Teresa! I've already figured out what your nickname is going to be. Seen that over there, that's fine. That's what I want you to see. You're done, you're done, you're done. Kaz says what to confirm. In Project Zomboid, the easiest way to make a house safe is to take out the stairs and then use some sort of like, I think it's like rope or something. So you can still go up and down between the levels, but the zombies can't. Soldiers panicked. Okay, there's still one behind us. You've popped. Cass says, yep, see, I thought I heard that right. That plasma shot came from, like, over here, so what we'll eventually have is the hover tank just sort of go up this way and look that way. Probably the safest way to do this. Next thing we're going to do, who has the least accuracy over here? It is actually the science team? Yeah. Well, they get at least a little bit of experience. Oh no. Oh no, he's durable. Not that durable. Aha. Have another one. What is with everyone bracketing the aliens today? I'm gonna need you to actually open the wall, Cass. Don't give me that no line of fire. Cass might be about to get killed. Zombie there, I got a zombie over there. You should be dealt with by this. We can't see the snake man over here. There we go. Oh, you killed with a pistol, Teresa? I also know that means we're functionally okay for pushing with the tank then. Right, let's open this up. Shug's accuracy is also not that great. And yet you hit the floor 3 times in a row. That was my bad for a misclick. That's fine, you still got 1 hit in. It's fine. Leave the rest for the rest. Guild Wars, I'm gonna have you open the wall. And then... I think everyone. Sheepy says they were going to say thank you very much to the enemies. Say thank you to the snake man, you may panic. The leader's panicked as well. Oh, is the leader the one that's going to be over here with the piss? I think it might be. It might not be disarmed. I don't need another leader, but... I was wondering if I could, like, just check the... it'd be broken if you could check the inventory. There's a zombie over here that we lost track of that might just be out of sight range. God, I don't know where it is then. We're not going to push across the street until the tank is ready. But we can have a look. I should check the warehouse a bit better than I'm doing. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I've got a chrysalid over here that's gone missing. And I haven't killed it, I know I haven't. How are you going to give me no line of fire? Oh, because the wall's in the way. Hold on. Yeah, so far you've destroyed more walls than aliens. There's the chrysalid. Apparently your wall is in the way. Stand up. Good work. Now I need to hope you don't... Sheepy doesn't shoot you in the back of the head. Okay. We can keep an eye on where it goes. Either it's going to... I don't know if it can panic, but... Okay there. We do kind of need to move through this way. Oh, you've seen that all the way over there? You shoot it? Well, I was going to be upset at the fact you took the wall out, but it's dead at least. Settlemine asks, is it too late to have beans on toast right now? They're kind of craving it. I'm not going to judge you for whatever you want to eat. Because I've eaten some weird shit at some weird times in my life. Hello, Raccoon. What was the name of the... I've not played the game, I've only obtained it thanks to Rohan Core. But... what is the name of the team of Umbrella operatives you use in that... Operation Raccoon City game? I know they have a call sign or a nickname for the squad, but I don't know what it is. I'm actually going to do this with unknown. Is that it? We saved what? We saved Shug. We saved the real Shug. And yeah, we did just take out a whole bunch of other aliens. But hey, we killed so many aliens, we actually offset the amount of civilians that died. Shook says they firmly believe it is not too late. It is never too late or too early for beans on toast. Cass says, oh, they know. Oh, for the team name? Sheepa says if it helps, it's only 10:58 there. Ceramine says, thank you for all your support. See, look, we're all supporting you eating your beans on toast at a completely normal human time. This is why we pick out the... I guess in a weird way, chrysalids and zombies, specifically zombies, are really good for accuracy training, because if you can pop them on their turn, you get reactions, which is what we got with Rattleship and Science Team and everybody else. And then, because they've got the whole turn, you've A, got the experience from hitting them with a gun, and then B, you can spend your turn hitting them as well. So, that's really good. Is that the first mission we didn't have a single loss, too? No, we had Teresa die. I was going to call him Teresa Lapin from Siphon Filter, but... Goofy is now a captain. Unknown is now a sergeant. Rattleship is a sergeant, and Sheepy is a sergeant. Rest in peace, Teresa. Sedimite said they have a one-way ticket to Beanstown. Trick yourself. Add a little bit of, I don't know if you have this, Maggie's liquid seasoning. Just add a little bit to anything. Pretty good. It's probably going to make those beans on toast look beautiful. Kaz says they're called Delta Team. Man, I thought they'd have a more interesting name. Delta Team. I thought they'd be called, like, the Purgers, or Hazmat Control, or something a bit more interesting. But Delta Team is boring. Shug is also celebrating that their hometown is saved, and they are literally the only... How does it feel having a whole city to yourself? It's gonna feel like 28 days... It actually probably was a lot like 28 days later with the way the zombies were running around. Be a bit of a different movie though if chrysalids were popping out of them. Don't think Danny Boyle would have quite pulled that one off. Soderman says they don't have it, but they heard it's really good. It's... yeah. Just get a little bit of it and just use a little bit. Really good for things like stir fry. Omelette as well is really good, because before, you know, it's the egg sort of solidify into the omelette, just add a little bit. Then mix it through. Also really good for curries. Basically anything where it's not completely dry. If you want to add a little bit to it, you can. Are you heading in towards the base? Am I about to do a base defense with pure rookies and one tank? No. Good. What else is there? Kaz says it's Delta Team Wolfpack. Oh, so we do have an interesting name. There you go. The Wolfpack was just there under a gas station. They're called Wolfpack because they're led by a Lupo. The team is Lupo, Vector, Beltway, Spectre, Bertha, and Four Eyes. Four Eyes, weirdly, is the only name I knew out of that team. And I couldn't tell you why. I don't know if there's like some sort of big plot thing that happens to Four Eyes. Find out when I eventually get around to the game. Shug says, would I mind typing out the name of the miracle substance in chat? I don't know if it's international, but sure. It's... pretty sure I spelled that right. It might not be Maggie's, as in like possessive, it might just be Maggie. Let me find out if... oh no, Maggie is an international brand of seasonings, instant soups and noodles from Switzerland. It is part of Nestle. Okay. For some reason I thought it was only Europe. But if it's, I guess international still could be, but if it's part of Nestle, then surely it's managed to make it across to places like the now vacant Perth. Hey, at least Perth is doing way better than Caracas. Way, way better than Caracas. Okay, since we're not really waiting on anything caught up with chat, we can just roll this through. Cass says, in the DLC, plays Echo 6 with DA, Willow, Tweed, Party Girl, Harley, Shona. Guess who was the UK one from Echo 6? I'm gonna guess Tweed. Just because? No real reason. I'm gonna assume Tweed. Didn't even realize there was DLC for it. The thing got delisted and removed from all storefronts so fucking fast. Sheba says it's available in Kohl's according to their search. There you go. You can have a little bit of this miracle liquid. Let's actually speed this up because, yeah, we're caught up with chat. We're near the end of the month. We have our science team. We have the science team with the science team. We need to really crank this research out. I think we have enough money. I think we're printing enough money as well. Not build facility. I'm not going to build any facilities until next month. Sheba says, going by the bottle shape, it looks like it's just a take on soy sauce. Kind of, sort of. Soy sauce, I think, is different ingredients, but it's a liquid seasoning similar to soy sauce in that. What is it made of? I should just look at the product ingredient. Interesting. That is not a lot of information for it. It is hydrolyzed vegetable protein, water, whey protein, salt, water flavorings with wheat, flavor enhancer, MSG, and disodium isocyanate, salt, and sugar. It's probably the MSG that makes it good. But also it's got, like, apparently vegetable protein in it as well. It's kind of got a weird flavor to it. I thought paprika would be part of it, but I guess if it's liquid, you can't really do it. So just yes before turning them into powder for all paprika. But it's pretty good. Just don't use too much because it can be really overpowering otherwise. Cass says I'm correct. I've done it. I know lore and characters from a game I've never played. Actually, Fuchsia, when they drop by and do that quiz, I sometimes manage to guess the answers on those. We're done. Oh, we only had the one hover tank, did we? Joy. Manufacture. 1 day and 7 hours. So yeah, about the end of the month we'll be done with living quarters are finished. I know I said I wouldn't spend any money because but we have just finished a mission that I haven't sold everything from, and I need an alien containment here. So there we go on that one. Laser cannon is finished there. We can wait. The Council of Funding Nations is very pleased with my excellent progress. Keep up the good work. Is not happy about my financial position. Must reduce your debt below 2 million or the project will be terminated. France has signed a secret pact with unknown alien forces withdrawn for the project. That's fine. See, figured be in debt. That's also a lot of debt. So, I think it's safe to say I'm never going to use a mind probe. Next up, we have all the corpses we can sell. We can sell the chrysalid corpses as well. We can't produce anything to pull us out of the hole, so just sell these. We're gonna go down to 24 of these, and look at that, I fixed my... Actually, hold on, if I fix my economy that easily already, give me 11 to sell? No, hold on, we can change this up a bit. Sell 20 of those. 10 of those. I could just sell the hover tank plasma that I just made. No, because we need to end up pretty positive so we can get the loop going again. What else do I not need? I don't really need laser rifles at this point. I have enough plasma rifles as it is. I'm also not really using alien grenades, so they can go. Oh, look at that! I'm now cash positive again. Hello, laser cannon. Start production. Make infinite. Sell them. $6.6 million. There we go. We're gonna keep myself afloat by just making laser cannons for the rest of the game. Cass says DLC is a 6 mission pack with the US Army Force Echo 6. And of course, France makes pact with the aliens. Given that they kept having the landings over here, I'm not surprised that happened, because we just sort of just say, no, we're not doing any missions. But them leaving, I don't think, made much of a difference. It wouldn't have saved us from going into the big red. But it's good to know we have enough industrial power that we can basically fund ourselves at this point. Who cares about France? Sugar says they're Cass positive. They think Cass is pretty great. Cass is pretty great. How would you think about this? The highest clone generation? How would you word it? They've been cloned the least. And they themselves are pretty good too. Kat says, "Ah, thanks, Shug. They're pretty great too." Everyone here is pretty great. You are not sending a very small UFO after me right now, are you? Guess you are. Go aggressive so you don't run away. Oh no, we destroyed the UFO. Who could have seen that coming? Oh, hello. Why are we getting so many of these? Maybe there isn't a base there. That's tanked down. North America still has a lot of activity. We're not detecting anything, but then we don't have a radar over there, so that's fine. Four days, 7 days. I've just realized we don't have the economy yet to pull all the scientists I want here, but that's fine. Because if we keep printing money, we'll get there. Basically, I think a win at this point is inevitable unless we lose the original base. Actually, even then, if we keep printing money out the other two, we could just get another one up and running and make it really risky. Operate out of maybe Fresh Prince instead. Kaz says, no, in our luck, they're based in the Arctic. There's a funny way we can check. Nothing in Antarctica, nothing in the Arctic. South America dropped off in May. Nothing Africa. A little bit South Africa. Thing. Southeast Asia dropped off. Siberia dropped off. Pacific dropped off. North Atlantic dropped off. If they've made a base, it doesn't look like they've done it. I think that might be in Europe. Yeah, June completely tanked down, which means there's no... Unless we're not detecting them, there's no supply ships on the run. Yeah, we cover pretty much all of Australasia. They'd have to be like here or here. Maybe there is a base. Am I still doing actual research? Poor, that's fine. Average, you should be done in a few days. See? Oh, interesting. The time cost is the same between them. Accuracy is worse on the heavy plasma, but it deals a lot more damage. Trust me, we'll see it when we put the clip in. It's not actually that much worse. Aimed is better for whatever foreign reason to me. That might be done before the end of the month. Lab is complete over here. You're building the alien containment. I don't have enough. I don't have enough money to fully stock this with scientists, but I do need to keep pulling them in. I'll take 38 more scientists. Actually, I need to leave some money so we can still build some lasers. Pull them in batches of 25. Large on the ground. We ain't gonna get there in daytime. I'm gonna leave it. Especially since heavy plasma viability is gonna pop soon. Or, yeah. Good. Yeah, that's gonna pop soon. Ah, I stopped it just before. Now it's on average. Let it pile again. Oh, we're actually done with the fighter transport. This is the lightning. Yeah, we basically just take a medium scout and we turn it into our own transport. Can't use a heavy weapon platform for it, but I don't remember this being all that good. Grav shield and ultimate craft. So Grav Shield is going to be very useful. Ultimate Craft is the Avenger. Since we're playing this in a really dumb high-risk way, we're not going to get the Grav Shield, but I'll explain what it does. When a battleship tries to initiate a base defense, this actually might be easier to do in the base screen. Give me a second. Gonna roll a poll. Oh, right, I can't... Can I do a poll? Is it prediction I can't do in the OBS window? It's poll I can do, okay. Do we flying suit? No, my brass balls will... Nope, that doesn't fit. I was gonna say no, my brass balls will protect me. No, my jumpsuit good? Yes, let me... Icarus. There we go. Let it roll for 2 minutes. But anyway, you can build base defenses. You can start with missile. I think the most cost-effective one is missile. Laser defense, plasma defense. When a battleship tries to land, what happens is each of them will roll and then deal damage to the ship. What Grav Shield does is it allows a second round of rolling to try and destroy the ship. And I think I'm right in saying that the most cost-effective is the starting one. I think it takes like 18 of them to repel a battleship, but it might just be like 9 if you can Grav Shield. I don't quite remember what the ratio is, what the optimal thing of it is. What most people do is they just get plasma defense, they build like 4 of them, Grav Shield. If we researched the blaster launcher, we could research Fusion Ball, I think technology, which gets you the Fusion Ball launcher for the aircraft, and it gets you the Fusion Ball defenses. Fusion Ball defenses, it takes like 2 or 3 of them with a Grav Shield, is 100% effective, I think. And we could Grav Shield and defensive tech, and it'll take longer to then get into game, but then we wouldn't have to worry about base landings, so we could just power through. And honestly, just not care about how any of the game goes, we could just sit here and do all the research. But on the other hand, we could just, you know, ultimate craft it, and then do the plan with the... when the alien containment comes on, to move the leader over here, do the leader, see if the battleship goes for the leader location, not the home base. We got 2 votes for Let Me Icarus. We'll flying suit for the time in between. Yeah, I'm still gonna hold that to go up. Don't care about the lightning. By the way, the lightning and the Avenger, well, the Avenger really is why we have these here. You cannot produce a interceptor without having a hangar. I put 2 down because I'm an idiot. There's 1 over here just in case. It's a huge just in case. Plasma clip should be coming right as I say it. So yeah, 35 more damage. Now you see why the heavy plasma is such a ferocious weapon and why we've been looking forward to it. Stun is also really nice on the... Remember, it's an AoE too. I think it's 90 stun in the middle, and then it degrades as it goes out. So while we're here... Since we're doing the gravity suit, I need to research Blaster Bomb. Not manufacturing anything, but I will go to the Sky Ranger, and we're going to completely flip the inventory. So, autocannon out completely. We never need it. Not anymore, at least. Smoke grenade can stay. Flare can stay. The plasma rifles can go. I'm debating we swap out the stun rod for stun bombs, but I think we keep the stun rods. I need more general stores. I need to okay, we've done the stunning. Do I? No, I don't. Welcome to July, where we just sit here and... another one on the ground makes you think there might be a base here in Scotland. But again, I'm not going at daytime. Blaster bomb is complete. Now we go for blaster launcher. Flying suit is complete. So, power suit. See, it's only like 10 more. But now you can fly, so chrysalids are no longer a problem. I need to... 2 more days. I need a project I can do quickly in 2 days. I'm gonna send you one of those. And you're going to research the med kit. Cool. How have we not figured out how a med kit works yet? Okay. Transfer the... to make sure it's right. Hate the... Okay. Hate the... Okay. I have 7 soldiers? Send just the leader. Nice. Safety save. Please, sir, can I have research? Snake Man leader has arrived. How have we not finished? Yeah, I'm gonna go bully an alien while we wait. How have we not finished the research? Sheba says it's only in the UK. Will they even be able to tell if the population is chrysalids? Wait, why did some of you pick up a rifle and some of you didn't? Oh, I haven't restocked the amount of people in the... That's fine, this is a very small ship. Just close the channel title, let them have it. Haven't the royal family always been lizard people wearing skin suits? You're basically describing the plot of 28 Days, or the 28 series, I should say. I'm actually going to stay in the Sky Ranger until we... Well, we know where the alien is. So a very small ship, we've been shooting them down all game. You're a muton. Which is the more pathetic of the two aliens that are now going to be turning up. Thing is, they'll all be carrying heavy plasmas. That's the thing from the intro cutscene. Very small UFO. I think you can only shoot it down if you use literally just one cannon on an interceptor. But it's very small for a reason. It has one alien, which is why I thought to myself, hold on. We're in July. If I'm lucky... I mean, it would have given itself away either way, I should have been able to guess. I was hoping it would be the other alien race that can turn up now. It's rare, but it can. We got mutons instead. They're a bit pathetic. The other alien race being all psionic, or psychic, they probably would have started doing attacks from the word go. So we should have just ran out with sticks, but hey, at least we did a mission. How have we still not solved a fucking med kit? Yeah, I'll do a crash site again. Genuinely, how, like, I have 74 scientists working on a medkit, and it's been a week. You guys figured out blaster bombs in, like, 2 days. Blaster launch to take an average is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna do a nighttime. Hold on. Goofy, get back in the team. I've also just realized we have flying suits, but I'm not making them. I need to make 20? Go with 14. Take a month. Yeah, that sounds about right. This isn't the main manufacturing plant. The manufacturing plant will get this done much quicker, but we'll keep the flying suits here. Oh, I need to do the general stores then. Days. Stores is like still way over. The Illyrium is what's eating my space, so are the alien alloys. Well, it's all gonna go down. Send you 100 of that. Send you 50 of this. Speaking of transfers, actually, there's a bit of a funny exploit you can do, I think, if I remember it right, where if you transfer all of your staff the day before you would get your report, which is when you do the monthly pay, because they're in transit, they don't technically exist, so you don't pay them. So we could actually cut a lot of our, you know, a lot of our deficit here. Not the right one. Which one's the one that shows me my... Here we go. So my maintenance at the moment is 11 million. We could cut a lot of that down by transferring these people around all the time. Because this base is just 4 million. If we go to here, 2.3. If we go here, 2.2. So if we transferred all of our staff around, we'd actually probably end up positive income at the end of the month. Problem is you need someone to send them to, which is why you could do a really funny thing of just having a base where it's just living quarters. Transfer them all in and then sort them all out after that. Knowing it's 11 million though, I need to keep making money. Nairobi? Oh, that might end up being a night mission. Just isn't. What? No one likes taking... Take the gun. Oh, right. Goofy wasn't here before. That's why. Ads arrive in about 50 seconds. Let's see what alien we're dealing with. I'm fairly sure it's going to be Muton. Fuck. Yes. No. Oh! Mixed emotions. Behold the last alien race of the game. Every single one of them is psychic. We just take one alive. That's all we have to do. Take one alive. They're not... They're somewhere around the level of Snakeman in terms of durability, but they have really good accuracy, and, yeah, they're also psychic. And they come with the most dangerous terror unit in the game, so that's the other thing I gotta worry about. Aren't there gonna be like a second one? Yep, right there. Okay. If we get mind controlled, we're going to be in a very bad spot very quickly. That one hasn't moved. I don't think we can reasonably get to it. But we'll try. Shibi says they volunteer for seduction duty. So what's a nice alien like you doing at a place like this? Alright, well, if Shibi's volunteered... Have fun, Sheepy. Here at the edge of the map. Yep, you're all gonna see the same ethereal. Different ethereal. Wow. Not enough time units, but 84% chance to hit. Take a knee. Interesting. Interesting. Science team, can you get out here, please? Yeah, cool. Okay. Say hello to the Sectopod, which has amazing defenses and takes reduced damage from plasma. Goofy, I need you not to do that. Hasn't gone down yet, which is a bit of a problem. Anyway, unknown, I need you to kill that ethereal, please. Might make a play for that ethereal, actually. There's another one inside the store. That thing can't be standing much longer. I don't think Sugar's gonna be able to get down there. No. This is gonna get disgusting pretty quick. Good news is, Sheepy is in a position to maybe get me a unconscious ethereal soon. Hell, we might just get the ethereal and bounce. Sectopods gonna take a lot of especially from the front, are gonna take a lot of damage. Get through. Yeah, depending on what you do, and depending on what you do, we can... This is a nasty spawn. Alright, how many people are dying? Sheepy is under alien control. Sugar's under alien... Okay, great. This is why they're the nasty of the two to deal with. So where'd the sectopod go? There. How have you still got reaction? At this point, we're doing science because we have to deal with a sectopod. We might need to bring lasers. And I just saw the laser rifles. How do you still have reactions? It's not dead. Again, we're going to put a lot of faith into the idea that I can come out of this with an ethereal. We're just going to... just sort of rush everyone out. Or I might just bounce out of this terror mission. If we wipe. I might just avoid it. Getting grenade. Through a smoke grenade. They can access my inventory now? Interesting. That's not a thing of possible in base game. There it is. I think we're gonna have to give this terror mission a miss. Pull the mulligan. Because, yeah, those ethereals could just mind control us all over the place. I'd have to bring lasers for the sectopod, but then we'll just get vaporized by our own guys. I'm trying to think if there's a way we could... There is a way. It's a really janky way to do it, but there is a way we could possibly use the mulligan to still get out of this with... To the base. Equip the craft. Here is what we do. We're gonna go there. No one is gonna have a rifle. I'm going to use the hover tank to basically try to body block the sectopod. Someone is going to hopefully stun bomb an ethereal. And then we're gonna run it all the way back. We're not doing it with this team. Everyone here can take a break. We're gonna do it with the literal B team. And Pavlova. Because I think Pavlova's still running around in power armor, aren't you? Yeah, you're in a power suit. Sheepy says, holiday, woo! Yeah, everyone's on holiday apart from B team. So then, B team goes to deal with it. Oh, no, we're still refueling. Nighttime is fine because we're just spotting and running away. Okay. And then everyone else... What did I just do? Gets a stun rod. Now, we know from the Caracas incident that the RNG is not going to change much. So we know there's an ethereal here. There's an ethereal here. There should be a sectopod as well. Okay, I don't know where the sectopod fucking comes from, but there should be one. But we know there's 2 ethereals right by there. So what we're going to do is a Raspberry Pavlova. How much do I need for a shot? Snapshot. Let's go. Finally, Raspberry Pavlova has died. Next person. Down it goes. And now we begin the mad... Fuck off. Move. Now begin the mad dash of everyone getting towards that. I might fire one at that one over there as well. You're a fucking idiot. There's the sectopod. Okay. Huge fan of how no one has the apparent accuracy to be able to land a shot. Okay, that's a little bit of stun. It's another little bit of stun. And that's it for the shots. Okay. We're going to leave 2 people on the Sky Ranger. And then worst case, I just relay it and then we don't leave with the people outside of the one that's on the Sky Ranger. I said 2 people on the Sky Ranger. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. The sectopod might be about to walk out and shoot everybody. Okay. They're a leader of all people, too. This is why we have the backups. How much is 23 for a snapshot, 14 for a throw? Wait, I have your snapshot, it still went. This could get spicy pretty quick. I was hoping it would still put the reserve in for the snapshot. Oh no. That's fine. Because you're now back under my control. Pick them up. Walk on. Who else is still under my control? That is it. I think if we leave with the leader, this still counts. I don't think the leader has to be on the floor of the Sky Ranger. Wait, no, it has to count. Oh, no, it doesn't have to count, but it should count. Abort the mission. Yeah, 4 units are outside. They've been hijacked. Who cares? We recovered a live alien. We did it, boys. fine. I'm okay with those losses. Shook says they think the person on the ramp is unconscious, not dead. This is a weird quirk of XCOM. The ramp doesn't count as the Sky Ranger. I think it's literally just the inside of the Sky Ranger counts, which is a shame, because yeah, we could have left with them as well. Instead we just get these two. But it's okay, because if I want to dip into Psychic, we don't have the time for it because we're really pressed for funding unless I start doing funny things with transfers. Oh god, I might need to do funny things with transfers. This also means we're going to transfer that ethereal leader to the other base, rather than use the Snake Man leader. So this actually kind of works out. Transfer to hate thee. Fun thing with ethereals, because of the weird way ranks sort of work, I don't think there's anything possible apart from ethereal leader, ethereal commander. I don't think they have like navigators or soldiers. Shug says, I guess they were sacrifices we were prepared to make. The entire thing was sacrifices. Raspberry Pavlova being in power armor was just so we could fire the first shot and maybe have someone survive getting counter-fired, but also not. Oh well. So that's been transferred over. We're not able to make another heavy weapon platform just yet. Won't be able to for basically 2 months. What am I thinking? I'm thinking we do the Shuffle Boogaloo with the researchers. I'm going to send all the researchers here to Hate Thee, and all the researchers in Hate Thee will transfer to Where Are We? So then we tank, we remove a lot of the maintenance. The medkit is finally a research, that unfathomable project. I need to wait. There we go. Before we do this, because I want to be sure of how the battleship is going to work on this. Good news, I think this is going to be pretty quick, even if it is an ethereal. But ethereals, if you get this late, they satisfy, obviously it's going to satisfy the condition of the alien. I have done the alien origins, right? Yeah, alien origins. Contain at least one leader. Satisfy that condition, give me psychics as well. There's a crash site over here we still haven't dealt with. What's going to be funny is if we get there and we find that crash site is also going to be, I need to buy more soldiers, but I'm not going to because money? Kind of back to what we're doing, though. Alright, tools of equipment. That is absolutely fine by me. Let's do a crash site. If there's ethereals here, this is gonna get so disgusting. I think it's mutons, though. Or mutant. I don't know which way it's... I think in Phyrexis they call it muton. Oh, whatever it is, it's fucking wrecked. And no one's gonna go check the barn. Like that, I guess. Sheepy is gonna go with a Rattleship. For no fitting reason at all, I promise. So is Shug. And then we'll move everyone else over this way. I missed some messages in the chat. Shug says, yes, the ramp is outside. They were hoping the person on the ramp would be rescued. Now they have mild sadness. Maybe they would have if they were conscious. I don't know how that counts for the Sky Ranger extraction. Maybe an unconscious soldier doesn't count as a soldier. But... oh well. Sheepy says we can always bake a new Pavlova. At this point of the game, we can do whatever we want to, apart from, It's fucking Snake Man again? Who got shot, by the way? Oh, someone shot at unknown and they missed. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, where was the other one? It's down there. Good job hitting the wall. How did the aimed shot miss, but the snapshot didn't? I want to have a science team run this way because I want them next to a wall. Is that it, actually? No. There's one upstairs. I had a funny feeling it was going to be a really nice one. We've got 3 alien alloys and a bunch of corpses. Stockpile them. Shibi says, why do they feel like a sacrificial pawn? I was only sending you with Rattleship because you were the one that condemned us with the Rattleship joke in the first place. This bad timeline is your fault, Sheepy. Shug says the aimed shot missed and the snapshot didn't. That's XCOM, baby! Yeah, it really is. It was like a, what, 60-70% chance to hit? No. Sorry, bud. You're gonna miss instead. Yeah, I've started it. Excellent. So that's gonna get finished soon. Oh, no way. If that gets finished soon enough, we might be able to actually get some psychic stuff done, but I doubt it. I'm gonna pull up a calendar real quick because I can never remember the days of the month. July finishes on the 31st, so we need to transfer people on the 30th? Yeah, let's go do another interceptor mission. Over you go. Lost the tracking on that UFO. Could be dangerous. Go to the last known position. Oh, it immediately went back to base? Did someone die? Oh, right, no, we just have one excess. What are we seeing? Muton in the... Oh, this is the first time we've had a desert tile set. Goofy. Take a knee. Nice. Is that the UFO right next to me? No, that's just the weird dunes of the sand. Oh yeah, you couldn't tell that was a sand dune until you stepped off of it, I understand. Bit of an awkward place to fight it on the desert. A corner. Goofy's gonna go this way. Mutons means we could be a little bit aggressive here because we don't have to worry about psychics. Shook says maybe she was more of a sacrificial lamb. They've seen a couple of other streams, the That's XCOM baby emote. First time I saw it was in the... I think it was the Jade Star playthrough of the Phyrexis XCOM. Or it might have been the Guava Moment screenshot let's play of their narrative XCOM playthrough. But I think I know the one you're on about. Unless there's... It's just one of those things that just persisted through the years. Shook says it's there so people can celebrate the marvel of XCOM's dice rolls. XCOM doesn't need RNG. XCOM has RNGesus. Who would have guessed the Vatican would have supported such a development, such a concept? Kaz says they're gonna head off to bed. Drop off to bed. See them all next time. Hopefully, say nothing will go wrong and stop me from being able to do Aliens Dark Descent in... so I'm trying to pull up the clock. Hours. Many hours from now. Like 18 of them, or whatever it is. That was a pretty quick turn. I think we found the crash site. Do you have enough for aimed? You do. Okay, we played Plasma Tag and lost. Okay, edge of the map. Edge of the map. I think that might actually be it for the aliens. Go please. But anyway, to finish my thought now that I'm not trying to play tennis with a muton. Now there's still at least one left. Thank you for dropping by, Cass. Hopefully I'll see you in Aliens Dark Descent. Hopefully that'll go better than this has. Okay. Guild Wars sees nothing. Shug sees nothing, but now we know that's clear. You see nothing, and you know this is clear-ish. Unknown, couldn't confirm. That is a bit clear. I think the alien might just be inside the UFO. Well, if we give them enough targets, they'll probably shoot the one I don't want them to shoot. Yeah, it's got to be like inside the UFO to disable it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I misclicked and we found the alien. Oh boy. Take the knee. You know what? Just volley this thing. It is 7. I lost 1 rookie. Oh well. Panda, hello! Welcome in. I think chasing the end game was maybe not a great idea here. We probably could have done a few other things. Does mean I have time next week for... That was a lie. Does mean I have time next week to maybe get psionics up and running. But I doubt it. That's gonna take... What, September? Is when we'd hit the end? If we did that? But yeah. 30th. Need to remember the 30th. We finished the research with the Ethereal Leader. Time to find out about that battleship. Scilab and the Martian solution. That's right, we're going to Mars. Do we not need a commander for that? We'll do the Scilab. Actually, I don't think I can transfer scientists if they're busy on a task, so we have to not be doing anything for a time being. But we'll get Scilab up, Martian solution up. Blaster launcher is still going. Come on, guys, finish it. Thank you. Fusion missile, which then leads to fusion defenses. Can now use the blaster launcher is more important than that. We're still producing money. Okay. Oh, it's a large scout. We'll leave it. Okay. Please circuit. We're gonna see if I can if there is a way to not pay, if it is through the transfer. Transfer hate thee. Oh, we gotta do this in batches. That's gonna be fun. Man, I probably should have built like a hotel place if we were gonna try to do this thing. Have I just transferred my scientists to... Yes. That actually works out much easier. Yeah, you have 32 scientists allegedly. You have... Gonna hate thee. Fine. It's fine. Okay. Do this again. Hate thee. Where are we? America's unhappy but reduced it, but we have just reduced a whole lot of funding, I think? No, that maintenance hasn't gone down at all. Oh well, we tried. We're getting progress on the flying suits, though. It's gonna sound dumb, but I don't need the stun bombs anymore. I don't need plasma pistols at all. I don't need this at all. Plasma rifles can go. And then we're gonna go with... Sure, the Scilab over here. Oh, good. Transfer, hate thee. Those 6 scientists. Start that. You do. Make us a shit ton of money. And you need to do the Martians. Cancel the Scilab. Alleged Man, hello. Give you a quick shout out. I know you're doing better because you started your... You started the Sea of Stars DLC and you started something else as well. I always get these mixed up. Is it Star Wars Jedi Survivor is the second one? Let's see. Oh, you set up to do Final Fantasy V, so I'm not gonna... No. I know there's two of them. There's Jedi... Star Wars... But there's a lot. They're called Star Wars Jedi something. But the ones with Cal Kestis, or whatever his name is. Jedi... Survivor and Jedi something else. I know we've started that one at least anyway. But I hope you're doing okay. Let's go get some more money. I also need to purchase 2 more soldiers. I know we need to print money, but I also need to get the scientists back up as well. And then, yeah, this month we're going to focus on money, finishing his research. And this crash site. Once again, we're in the desert. Thankfully, we're seeing a different tile set. That... We just yeet. Feels horrific to be on that side of it, doesn't it, Muton? Ledgerman says, yep, Jedi Survivor is the second one. Third one's coming soon. It's called Jedi Fallen Order. What's the first one then? Because that's the name I'm blanking on. Oh, the UFO is right here too. Okay. There's a Muton right there too. Science team, you need better accuracy, I swear. You got him on the third shot. Go hide behind the wheel. Shug says 1 Fallen Order, 2 Survivor, 3 Electric Boogaloo. Oh, is that the actual order to it? Fallen Order is the first one? For some reason I thought that, because of the way that was put, third one is coming soon, Jedi Fallen Order. I thought the third one was announced to be called Jedi Fallen Order. Damn, we really are just spotting mutons everywhere here. 3 already. Stay like that. Rattleship, come on out. We actually might get through this on the 6th gen clone for Unknown Host. Which is... shocking. To everybody, including Unknown Host. Honestly, yeah, the Illyrium core is blown. We could just storm this thing. If we had flying suits, like I'd remember, if I'd remembered to equip the flying suits, we could fly in through the top. But we don't, or I didn't. So, good news is though, at some point during the middle of this month, flying suits are going to be a-okay. What's enough, man? Is that Unknown Host that just died? Who is it who just died? Is that Sheepy? Sheepy might have just bit the bullet. Sheepy just died. Okay. Could you not miss point blank, please, Unknown? It's not point blank. Close enough. Oof. Who's a better shot? Gonna be able to be Guild Wars. Yeah, I can get 2 shots out of you. What do you mean not enough time? You said 18 and it was 36. How was it? How? I think we're just gonna have to reaction shoot it. I think that's a small stun bomb. I think that's gonna live for another turn. Legibus says third game title is unknown, third one is in pre-production. Shug says yeah, Fallen Order was 2019, Survivors 2023, third title is still to be announced. I'm surprised they haven't announced it. Shug suggests they call it Star Wars Jedi Bug of the Continuity. There's not really a continuity to anything to do in Star Wars anymore. They keep changing their mind on what is and isn't canon. God, could we stop hitting the edge of the UFO with these really nice percentage chance to hit? I know you can hit him. Somehow still alive. Just end it. That might have been unknown. Because the mutons here are just hiding on the weird corners. You know what? It's fine. Absolutely fine. We have heavy plasmas. We get heavy plasmas free off of killing the aliens. There's the alien inside doing whatever it wants to do on its patrol path. If we were flying, we'd be on top of the UFO, we'd be all sorts of things. It's okay. Because we can't not win at this point. Legibus says, no, not them. No, everyone is like expendable. No one here is special. My juggernaut has been destroyed. I sacrificed myself to get an ethereal. Hello, would anyone like to reaction shoot? 2 shots into a muton and nothing happens. That's terrifying. Rattleship is doing that damage like a professional. How is it we moved to heavy plasma and suddenly no one here get a one-hit kill consistently? I know mutons are tougher, but come on. You don't have enough for... Yeah, you don't have enough for another one. Yeah, I know, you see him, but I'm not firing through my own guys. Just take 3 shots. Why could the stun bomb guy not be the one that tries to pick a fight with him? Hello? This is about to get funny, because they're all going to get knocked unconscious if it fires the shot. Unknown needs to keep pushing around this way. We would have other people, but they're kind of dead. There's no way. Yeah. Okay, so that thing is basically unarmed at this point. Kill it. 52%, guys. I mean, 52% does hit on the second shot. Can't complain too much. Breaching is going to be an exercise in... how many turns have I got to play with this? 15. Okay, we can take our time. We can take our time. Just very carefully. Something stepped out. safe now to start getting ready to breach. Yeah, that should just be the patrolling one. Which should be on the left. Okay, unknown. Have fun. I am consistently amazed at the incompetence of my guys sometimes. Shug, you know what you're doing. Shug, you know what you're doing. Did. Sheepy and a science team. That's what it was. So we no longer have a science team. It took that long for the science team to get killed. They've served us for quite a long time. Sheepy unfortunately gets another... Well, not unfortunately, but is getting another clone. Did I order excess soldiers? I think I did. Base information. Age 12? We need more. More men. Go for 6. And then sell... Actually, hold everything. Hold everything. I haven't sold this. This I'm going to get rid of because it's so cheap anyway. Man, remember we had to get rockets? Speaking of things that we need to sell that are cheap anyway, I need to buy smoke grenade. 40 should be good enough. Shug says they know what they're doing? Good. Yeah, see? Killed the alien. Much better performance than everybody else. Have I started research at both bases, or have I just assigned? Okay, you're assigned. You're assigned. Just gonna take a while for them. No. Around nighttime? Small? I don't really care. Bump you to 100. You. Legend says they... Oh, they also said breaching clear when we breached in, but... Breaches are small UFOs. Even scouts are pretty tame for the most part of them. Large, not so much. There is absolutely a base here. That is 3 times we've seen the same thing landed in the same place. But every time it lands, it's nighttime, and I don't want to do a nighttime op like this. It keeps disappearing, too. Large... Oh, no, thank you. Infantry and scientists. There we go, 100, 100. Sheepy needs a new one. I think on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you're on 6 actually. Hold up. No, you're on 5. And then we don't have any new... Oh, no, we have a few squaddies actually I haven't given an in-game to. Legend says they really wish they had XCOM 3. This is going to sound really cynical. I think the reason there's not been an XCOM 3 is because there's not a third good UFO game that Firaxis can copy. Some of the mechanics they took for XCOM, the first Firaxis XCOM, has like the class mechanics lifted from UFO Aftermath Aftershock, and then XCOM 2, they lifted more things from UFO Aftermath Aftershock, Afterlight is the one where it's on Mars. Spoilers. Afterlight was not that well received. It's kind of different, and a lot of people don't play it. So I think they're just like, we're not going to copy that. We're going to do our own little thing, which kind of is what they did with Chimera Squad. But I think they're done touching the XCOM well for the time being, which is probably for the best. As fun as XCOM and XCOM 2 are, they're only really at their best when the inevitable expansion comes out that overhauls like some things and adds a whole lot of new content. Outside of that, I'd rather play we'll eventually get to it, but the UFO After X series, which genuinely, when I first saw, way back when YouTube used to have annotations you could interact with, you had like a choose your own adventure within the videos. They had a choose your own path for basically playing the tutorial mission for Axis XCOM. A lot of what I saw there was like, this is just turn-based UFO Aftermath, Aftershock. And then, yeah, it was fine, it was fun, it was playable. Got much better with Enemy Within. And then, yeah, XCOM 2, I hit that blind with War of the Chosen. Which, again, kind of funny the way that it takes more things from it. Ads arrive at about 15 seconds, unfortunately. Shook says another third good what? UFO game. If you've never heard of UFO Aftermath, Aftershock, Afterlight, definitely look into that trilogy. I never quite remember which way around the order is, but assuming Aftermath is the first one, it's kind of rough, but it has a lot of good ideas in it. Aftershock, I think, is the second one, where a lot of it's been refined, and there's a better idea of base building. The class system is vastly improved. Afterlight is kind of weird, and it's on Mars. But I don't know anyone else who's played the series to be able to be like, hey, do you think the Axis XCOM is basically just original XCOM fused with UFO, or is that just me? Legend says they played Survivor last night, Fallen Order 3 years ago. I remembered you play through the first one. I don't remember much about it. The ads have arrived, and I think Legend has... I don't think Legend has turbos, they're probably hit by the ads. We'll wait before we read out Legend's next one. While we do that, we'll do some names for the 3 squaddies here. So we'll go with... what am I going to call you? You know what? They said we can bake another Pavlova. We now have Strawberry Pavlova. And for you, I feel like naming you... what do I want to name you? Johnny Rico. I think that's how it's spelled. And finally for you, we'll go with the name Organic Satsuma. I'm getting a little bit hungry, that's why we have 2 food-based names here. Chuck says, and then the game designer left. I thought Julian Gollop had left way before XCOM 2. Because that's why he made Phoenix Point. Phoenix Point has its own quirks. I like it, I don't like it. I haven't also played that much, but I think I played like 2 or 3 hours. But that's another one I want to get around to this year. Rattleship is out of action for 21 days, so they'll be back in August. We're in August? We in August? They'll be back in September. Oh boy. If only this could have been avoided. Well, we have other people here that we can throw in. Jesus has joined us. Chick says, oh, there's not a third old UFO game to copy to make Firaxis XCOM 3. That's basically the joke that I'm going with here, yeah. Well, there is a third one, but it's not great. I think it's fine. I just vastly prefer, for a lot of other people prefer as well, the first two UFO games. Shook says, not Julian Gollop, he wasn't at Firaxis. They made the Firaxis game designer of the XCOM games left Firaxis. I didn't even know that. I thought it was Julian Gollop that did XCOM 1 and then left during XCOM 2. I have no idea who the actual game designer behind it is. But that could be a reason for it. Okay, ads are finished, which means now we can read Ledgerman's. Ledgerman said they were going to make XCOM 3, but decided to do Marvel Midnight Suns instead. If the lead guy behind XCOM quit, left, that's probably more of a reason why they did Marvel Midnight Suns. Because Marvel Midnight Suns, from the look of it, but again, I've not played at that one at all. That one's very XCOM engine. You could... Firaxis 2K were big enough at the time that you could... I think they still are. I don't think they've had that many layoffs. Horrific thing to say in this year, but welcome to the gaming industry. They're big enough that they can have multiple projects run at once. I don't think they would have sabotaged or cannibalized one to do the other. Probably find that the development of Midnight... When did Midnight Suns come out? Leave this on 1 minute while I log. Midnight Suns started development... When? Approached them in 2017 after XCOM. So, designs were being made all the way back in 2017 for Midnight Suns. That's all about gameplay. And then practice games, XCOM 2, 2016. Oh, for some reason, I always think XCOM 2 was later in the decade. I thought it was 2018. Oh. Am I getting it confused with when War of the Chosen dropped? War of the Chosen was later in the year. That was 2017. Okay. Chimera Squad, when did you start? You released in 2020, so you would have been fired up alongside the same as Midnight Suns. Let's see. Might just be they just never had the idea to, or never wanted to make XCOM 3 and they just made Chimera Squad because people wouldn't shut up about XCOM. I don't know. I'd have to really look into Jake Solomon, I guess is the director's name, and what he did, what his plans were, why he left, and all of that. But really nothing popped up. I mean, it is on 1 minute. But, It seems to be throughout the series, there's always two good games and then one that's not that great. And we've basically got that with Firaxis with XCOM, XCOM 2, and then Chimera Squad. Shug says, 1 UFO, enemy unknown. Okay, hold on, before I read the rest of this. When I say UFO Aftermath, Aftershock, After X, that is an entirely different franchise. It's not owned by Microprose and was never made by Microprose. It is a spin-off. I don't even know the name of the studio that made them. But it's a spin-off. It's a spiritual successor that is 3D, real-time with pause. that came out in like 2003, 5, and 7, I think. UFO Aftermath. Yeah, wow, did I get the years right on that one? Yeah, 2003, 5, and 7. UFO Aftermath, Aftershock, Afterlight. It is that order. Who made them? Alta Interactive, and was published by Senega. You can find them all on GOG. They're usually pretty cheap. I think GOG bundles them together for a trilogy. I think Steam might do as well. But this is where it gets a little bit confusing with all these games being called UFO, is that when I'm talking about outside of this, where we're playing a game that's called UFO Enemy Unknown, because XCOM Enemy Unknown exists, which is a good move because that does differentiate it from the original, but it's annoying because of the releases. Anyway, when I talk about the UFO games, outside of this one, I'm referring specifically to the trilogy that was made by somebody else, and is called UFO Aftermath, Aftershock, Afterlight. Which, yeah, limited squad size. I think you start with, I think Aftermath you get to start with up to 7. Aftershock is you start with 4, and then you get an upgrade that gives you 6. Kind of like how in Firaxis you start with 4, and you buy an upgrade that lets you go to 5 and then 6. Some of the ideas in terms of kind of in enemy design, kind of in class design, and general feel match up a lot more with UFO After X, which is the trilogy. It's what the fans call the trilogy, is After X, because Aftermath, Shock, Light. A lot of XCOM 1, XCOM 2 fits into that. I don't think XCOM 2... Why have I got a weird feeling in the back of my head that XCOM 2 does have the ability to pick a target? Like, you can choose to go for a... you get like a silhouette of an enemy. Oh wow, we got Scilabs this early? It's too late for us to do anything with it. Mine shields are the things that we kind of want here. While we wait for anything else... No, do the ultimate craft. Because I need to get that produced. But in terms of the microprose side of the franchise, you're correct in saying it's UFO, Enemy, Unknown, XCOM, and UFO Defense, depending on region. XCOM Terror from the Deep, XCOM Apocalypse, Interceptor, First Alien Invasion, which was the weird email game, and then XCOM Enforcer, which is horrific. It just is. It's... I've never got past the first 2 levels, because, well, you'll see why when we get to it. And then, as you say, there's the microprose ones, and then there's the Firaxis ones. 5 and 6 were made by Hasbro. Yeah, 5 was... I'm pretty sure that was the one we had to, like, email in. Or it was, like, some sort of weird thing. Maybe it was a web game. I don't... It's odd. It's really strange. And then XCOM Enforcer is a third-person shooter. But it's kind of like Serious Sam. But, yeah. Shug also says that XCOM 2 War of the Chosen was released later than XCOM 2, of course. We roll this forward a bit faster, because, yeah, we're just waiting on research. Not gonna touch it. Very small. Yeah, we'll touch that one. Off we go. Shug says, oh, they never looked at UFO After X. They think I'm the first person to talk about them like they're really part of the same game family. They are. It is as legally close to we made the same game as you can get without having anything to do with the license. Can we catch this thing, please? I know it's a very small, but still. The only thing that isn't quite the same is the base management geoscape side of things, but the second game is way closer to it than the first. The first one, you're sort of just randomly given things over time. You can do missions to get things done. I think you can do interceptions as well, if I'm remembering right. It's the second game where you get, like, you can build a base and you can do just shoot it down. Just shoot it down completely. You can build a base and you can choose what goes into it, and then you can specialize your bases, and you kind of have control over how you spread around. It's a little bit counterintuitive, and it also follows more along the lines of there are aliens that are invading, as opposed to Aftermath, which is... Aftermath is basically Fallout if it was a result of XCOM. Which is the least I can say without spoilers, but it fits. You do get to intercept, you get to shoot down UFOs. Part of the research project you have to end up doing is finding out how to detect them and shoot them down. And then there's a very funny research project you have to do as part of that too. And then the second game is a lot more on the lines of aliens are coming to visit. You need to figure out how they're getting here, why they're getting here, you need to find a way to stop them. And then Afterlight is... it is a weird game to try to explain without heavily spoiling how Aftermath ends and Aftershock goes. But it takes place at the exact same time, but it is on Mars. And that one is... I have a feeling that one is more along the lines of XCOM Apocalypse, but I've not played that much of Apocalypse to be able to say for sure if it is. But in Afterlight, you kind of only have one base. It's kind of the same as Aftermath, where you're just given things, but you can still build things to get other things as well. It's somewhere in between the two. That's probably going to go for a landing, and I'd rather not deal with a landing, but we'll still shoot it down anyway. How are we doing for research over here? Unknown. How are we doing for research over here? We're doing good. Go for an aggressive attack. Die. That's got a good chance of being ethereals, which is part of the reason we're not touching it until we get mind shields, which drastically reduce the chances of me getting hijacked. Yeah, we'll just let everything do its thing. Sugar also says there's UFO extraterrestrials as well, made by another Czech company. That's got a really funny history to it. I've not played it. The second game was basically stagnant and went nowhere for like, what was it, 15 years? And then I think it released on Steam. But it's apparently absolute shit. The first game, not so much. The first game apparently has some really cool ideas in it that I think would then later be used by Xenonauts. Xenonauts is also pretty good. Xenonauts is the current closest you could get to without using the license for XCOM, UFO, Enemy Unknown. But the main thing I like about Xenonauts is it's very moddable. Kind of like the, well, I guess like OpenXCOM and also like XCOM War of the Chosen. I don't know if I'd say the first Firaxis XCOM is that. Moddable. But I've never really looked that far into it. I know there's the Long War, but I don't know about the rest of it. Shug says UFO 2 Extraterrestrial Shadows got released. I think it's under a slightly different name, but yes. Yeah, it's just called UFO 2 Extraterrestrials Battle for Mercury. And it's, yeah, that's definitely a game. Fortunately, or unfortunately, UFO Extraterrestrials isn't owned by me, so it's not on the list of XCOM likes I'd like to get around to. But that's also technically not my problem. Didn't I do... Flying suits are almost finished, actually. 4 more days. Legend says, have I seen the XCOM Star Wars game Zero Company? Funny enough, someone earlier mentioned that there was one, and then no one said what the name of it was. Let's have a look at this. Set in the twilight of the Clone Wars? Okay, slightly disinterested at the fact of I get to play with Jedi as well. I've got a really weird opinion on Star Wars. I think they would really benefit from doing like a Band of Brothers style show. I know Clone Wars kind of does this, but it still focuses partially on whatever her name is, Ahsoka. I suddenly am really sucking at names for Star Wars because I'm having to like not get put down Steam, do everything else. It focuses on Obi-Wan, Anakin, Ahsoka, Yoda, Windu. It does like a whole bunch of other like weird things in the Clone Wars when I was kind of hoping it would focus on the clones in the Clone Wars. And it does for some episodes, and those ones I like a lot, but then it just focuses too much on the melodramatic thing of, oh no, my Padawan, oh no, my Anakin. It has some really good bits to it. I'm being really reductive on it, and I'm being harsher just for fun. It's a decent series, but the best part of Rogue One, for me, was, and I forget the name of the planet, because I'm shit with Star Wars names all of a sudden, but the, when the rebels are landing on the big secret development research planet with the planetary shield on it, the scenes of like them landing, them fighting the AT-ATs, the Death Troopers, everything else, that is really cool. Why has there not been a film or a TV Band of Brothers style series of that? They sort of did something similar again in Solo, where it's like, oh, here's Han Solo going in to like join the Imperials, and it has a pretty fun like 5-minute aside of just like, here's what war is like. It's like, yeah, this is cool, I guess. Can we get something like this, please? And not just, here's another thing with Jedi, here's another thing with Jedi, here's another thing with Jedi. Oh no, here's a thing with the Sith and the Jedi. Here's a thing with... like, Mandalorian's appeal to me was it wasn't focused on Jedi. People love Jedi in Star Wars, I get it, but there's a lot in it at this point that doesn't need to just be, here's a man with a laser blade sword that can, or a woman, and can like throw things or lift rocks or shoot lightning. Just, it's a space wizard with an energy sword. That's great. What about the Clone Wars? Did you want to say that she's called Ahsoka? Thought I was remembering that right. Shug says they kind of wish every squad-based game wasn't compared to XCOM, but yeah. I kind of wish that Zero Company game didn't have Jedi. I kind of like how it looks like there's one maybe Mandalorian-looking person, which is interesting. And then there's a clone trooper, but then there's... I don't know his name. He's got a really distinct face. He's definitely an alien. I was gonna say his name was like Paktoka or something, but it's not. But welcome to how most Star Wars names are. And then there's a Jedi, and it's like, okay, the interest drops. I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know if I want to go do that crash site. We're just gonna leave it. Oh good, the Martians, time to get a battleship, I guess. This is gonna dent my ability to do research. So what we're going to do is Mind Shield. Because you're already doing Ultimate Craft. Let's see how lucky we get. Small low, intercept. Shug says, I think Kenobi was a movie until Solo did poorly. That's a bright idea to make it a TV series instead. I have a feeling they did that with a lot of their projects, where originally it was going to be movies, but because Solo, yeah, Solo's a bit of a weird movie. It's got some good bits to it, and then the rest of it is just... Huh? It's doing poorly, but Mandalorian Season 1 doing so well, I think flipped the script, no pun intended, of how they were going to be doing cinematic media going forwards for Star Wars. Which is also probably why they leaned so much into the TV series for so long, because it's like it's also probably easier for them to do those than movies. And some of them are okay, some of them are not so good. Kenobi has decent bits in it. Other bits like we're gonna start a oil fire in the middle of a giant pit of sand, but it's not going to cover the entire pit of sand. Shug says I need to watch season 2 of Andor, no Jedi anywhere, no Force. Part of the reason I like it is because it's focusing on the actual, like, way life is with the Empire, how people are fighting back, how things work, who's doing what. It's a lot less grand scale. It's more the interesting things and how it affects people, and I thought that was pretty cool. Same as I'm a huge fan of, I think a lot of people like it in the series, the section where he gets interred at the facility where it turns out they're making the Death Star laser parts. Andy Serkis in those 3 episodes is amazing. I've heard they didn't bring him back for season 2, and I'm glad they didn't. Not because I think, like, he shouldn't be in any more Star Wars, but because I think it's a really good note to end his character on, was the last line of the thing being that he can't swim, when the only way to escape was to swim. Which is like, he's basically done this huge sacrifice of getting everyone else out. But he himself cannot escape. So he genuinely has just sacrificed everything, and there's no gain to it. So it feels more altruistic than if he escaped or somehow turned up in a later season. It sort of defeats some of the hit of that. Hopefully soon I'll be able to get around to it. Maybe when I'm not able to stream for a week, because I know that's coming. I'll be talking about that when we raid out. We're not going to be ending just yet. I want to see what happens with the battleship first. And then when we're raiding out, I need to bring up something that's happening in February that means I won't be around for apparently about a week. Just lost the UFO. Troll. Hey, I see pink dots all of a sudden. This reduces the detection. I thought that was the thing that infantry can carry that reduce their chance to get hit. Or not chance to get hit, makes it harder for them to get attacked. Is that under Siam? Okay, we'll go for Siam. But hey, we got 2 alien bases we can go hit at some point. That's what the pink... Have they been there the whole time, or have they just popped up? Also, I was correct in saying that, Scotland has been inhabited by aliens, so we are basically going to be repeating 28 days, weeks, months, years later. There was no months, was it? When 20 days, weeks, skipped months, years. Heard Bone Temple was pretty good. Still waiting for the 3rd part to get done. Turn to base. Man, Russia's gonna pull out. Care if the UK pulls out. Leatherman says... Hold on, missed one. Shug says... Zero Company has 1 Jedi, 1 Mandalorian. Kinda wish I had no Jedi. Leatherman says you can have the Jedi and not use them. They also offer permanent death so Jedi can die. Part of the problem is that if they've added a Jedi, then part of the story is going to include and revolve around the Jedi in some way, shape, or form, as opposed to, say, Republic Commando, where it's 4 clone troopers in an elite commando squad doing their part of the Clone Wars, which I'd really rather have. Give me... Battlefront 2 is another one I quite like. The original Battlefront 2 is another one I quite like because the story for that one, outside of when in the movies Jedi turn up and when you do things like Order 66, it still focuses primarily on the fighting that happens during the Clone Wars. I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I like this. This is tickling my giblets. But yeah, if it has a Jedi from the word go, then my enthusiasm drops a bit. I'll wait and see what it's like when it releases, but it's not what I was hoping it would be when I was gonna go look at it, so it's already disappointed me a bit. Who knows, maybe it'll be a great game, but I'll see when it releases. Shug says the Clone Trooper might be a bad one, like Bad Batch. They all look different. Mando's great, even with Pedro Pascal behind a mask most of the time. Season 1 I quite like. Season 2, hit and miss. Kinda didn't like how Book of Boba Fett was. Kinda was hoping for more of like... I don't know if you've seen The Penguin, but I was hoping for something more like The Penguin out of Book of Boba Fett, as opposed to being a really weird Season 2.5 of Mandalorian. At least, I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Tamura, I think, is his last name. The guy who plays basically the clones in Boba Fett, Jango Fett. At least he got, he had some fun with it. He did some... He got paid. And he gave us that Polynesian spa meme. Oh, I do like seeing him in his roles. Litterman says on program. Oh, I don't know what that one was a reference to, but that might be which is one of my tangential rants just then about Star Wars and not and how they've got really close to giving something that could be really interesting for people who might not be into the whole, similar to me, into the whole Space Wizard with laser beams thing, and more into the how was the Clone Wars live action deal, or not even Clone Wars. You could go and do like Knights of the Old Republic, but focus it on the way the Sith Empire fought with the Republic Empire and everything else. Again, you'll be looking at Jedi for that one, but it's an area that hasn't really been touched all that much. I think it'd be interesting to see. I think there was at one point something planned to happen set then, in terms of like media or TV series. Oh, that'll be media, Marvel. I just realized we're on 5 seconds. Apologies. But damn, the flying suits are finished. And the Ultimate Craft is researched. Ooh. Ooh, look at it. Capacity is 26. Cool. Oh, 5,000 is a battleship because you're 5,400. Thought there was something slightly higher than. 2 weapon pods. I need to make an Avenger. We now need to do... Honestly, I might as well have just made a Psi thing, because this is going to take a while, isn't it? And we'll research Siam. We now produce an Avenger, but I'm not producing it there. We're building it here. Manufacture. Scale some of the engineers off of this. So we can at least start. That's at lightning. You need 1 nav, 2 power source, and alloys. Got it. While we do that, do this. Fresh Prince. With... I think I need more alloys, so we're gonna go with more alloys. Ability to speak English is disappearing way too fast. What was it? 2 power source, 1 nav? Over. Let's quickly catch up with chat a second. Shug says everyone's decided Kino Loy survived. His name was Kino? That's pretty good. Circus himself has said it was the best choice for the character not to be involved in Season 2, says Shug. I agree. Circus is right. Shug also says that one thing I love about Andor is you can lift up wholesale out of the Star Wars universe, plonk into something else, and it all still works beautifully. That's, I think, one of the really big things going for Andor is that it is a, by itself, really solid story. The Star Wars bit is, it sounds really weird to say, it's background dressing. You're not there to see, Raspberry Pavlova do backflips and fight the Sith because the Sith have an evil plan and it involves tainting the minds of the Padawans. Meanwhile, there's like 4 characters that are like not Jedi tagged along. One of them might be down on their luck, negative Nancy person who somehow turns around in the last hour and saves the Jedi or deals with the Sith or whatever it is. It's not that ingrained into the Star Wars thing that you can just sort of enjoy it for what it is rather than going, oh, it's a Star Wars thing, I love Star Wars, and having to watch it and then hating it because it doesn't do your version of Star Wars or do what you wanted it to do with Star Wars. Shug asked, have I seen The Bad Batch? No. I got through however many seasons it was of Clone Wars. I heard there were more TV things coming out, and I was like, this is way too much. I don't have enough free time. So, unfortunately, Clone Wars is all I've seen. I've not seen, when it comes to the animated things, I've not seen Bad Batch. I've not seen, there was another one as well. I think there's a few of them, actually, for animated, but Clone Wars is all I've seen. None of the follow-on things. But I heard Bad Batch was pretty good. To finish Shug's comment, they haven't finished it, but they love the first couple of seasons. They haven't gone back to it because they really don't want it to end. I get that feeling. I understand. Also says Tamura Morrison. I thought Tamura was the first last name for some reason, but oh yeah, Tamura Morrison. Yeah, he's great. Everything in Book of Boba Fett is forgiven for having Danny Trejo as a Rancor trainer. Yeah, Danny Trejo, who was unfortunately lost to us. When was it? There he was, 18th of January, right near the start. We lost Danny Trejo. Good to know that he's worked with the aliens. Maybe he was a traitor to us this whole time. Keta, hello, welcome in. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with a lot of things here, and like we're on a bit of a 4 minutes behind. That's not the 14 it was earlier, but we're still behind. Hope you're doing all right. Keta asks, what are we playing? We're playing a, what was this, 1994 game called, depending on the region you're in, I think you're in America, so you would probably have it as XCOM, and when I say X, calm, there's a dash on that pause, because eventually it was there's a whole thing with the reboot series, but it doesn't have a dash in it, also called XCOM. Anyway, the point of it is, we build a base, we had to stop aliens. I've done a bad job. Europe is infested with aliens. I think America might be infested too. We'll worry about that later. Actually, we won't worry about that at all, because we're kind of near the end of the game. We're just waiting for different things to finish so we can line everything up and then go. Anyway, aliens appear. We go into fight them. We kill the aliens, we capture the aliens, we research the aliens, we research new technologies, we get better things, we get massacred. We have, how many deaths have I racked up at this point? We have 75 deaths and 93 soldiers recruited. Shows how well we're doing. We have so many clones, so many clones. And then eventually, we go to Mars and we defeat the aliens. That's what the Cydonia project is. That's what we're researching, and that's what we're waiting for. We're holding out to see what happens with the battleship. I'm hoping that it goes to where the research is being done, which means we'll be losing the American base. If it hits here, we need to be ready to fight it off. So lots of fun things are going to happen. Ledgerman says they have to go bedtime. Well, unfortunately, Ledgerman's probably fast asleep at this point, but thank you for dropping by, Alleged Man. Hopefully I'll be able to catch one of your streams. Hopefully I'll be able to catch the Final Fantasy V one, actually, because that's the game I know bits and pieces about. I know about the tree, and without spoilers, I'm not going to explain what I mean by the tree. But hopefully I'll be able to catch them. Ah, wait. It depends how long we go for Alien's Dark Descent. Because normally they start and end while I'm... We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Shug says, rip Danny Trejo, XCOM soldier. He did very well. Died, but he did well. Shug says that I'm a long way behind chat, but they're playing the modern build of the old XCOM UFO Defense game. Yeah, kind of like it when I played through... No. Yeah, it was. When I played through Doom 1, Doom 2, using the Night Dive port, because I'm a sadist, masochist. And I decided, rather than play it with anything newer, but... Speaking of ports, actually, and Night Dive, Quake 2, we're bringing it back. I said I'd play the 2 unofficial but commercially released expansions, Juggernaut and Zero. That's Sunday. One of them. Not saying which one. The better one of the 2. The one I'll be more lenient towards. I'm playing it through Yamagi Quake 2. Because I don't believe you can get them to work through the Night Dive port, which is probably for the best, but I did find out that the Night Dive port does have a mod for it that adds in the PlayStation 1 campaign. So maybe we'll end it with the PlayStation 1 campaign on the Night Dive through the port, but we'll see. I'm not promising anything for that one yet. I've left this on 1 minute again. I'm just wasting everyone's time. This is the 13th of August, and now we can build us a fancy little spaceship. It is actually just a spaceship. Can I reserve it now? We have the alien alloys. We have this. 36 spaces. How much money have I got? 3.5 million. Take it down to half. The Avenger, start production. 128 days, not happening. 24 days. Yeah, we can do that. Really should have built that second workshop, but here we are. Money is going to be an issue, but if we get it built, that means it doesn't matter. We can go into as much debt as we want. Sounds really weird, but it's true. Shug says, that's not bad. I was 7 minutes behind when Keta got here, now I'm only 5 minutes behind. Now I'm all caught up. No, I'm not. I'm almost caught up. I'm like 2 minutes behind. Because I can see all the messages in one without having to scroll. Shug also agrees that I'm burning through chat. Keta says the dash is important. Got it? Oh, it is. Otherwise, people get confused which game you're talking about. Shug says, I have 1 minute. I'll be back. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Bye. Shug says the dash is important. Got it? Oh, it is. Otherwise, people get confused which game you're talking about. Because they're like, oh, I like it when the ethereals turn up, and then someone looks at you concerned and goes, what do you mean? You go, well, you just sort of shoot them and they're fine, and then that person judges you because they've fought the ethereals in this game, not the Firaxis XCOM one, where, as we've seen in a Terror mission, they don't care about line of sight. They will hijack your mind without a moment's notice. Also, I've done the thing again where I'm not cycling the time forward. Medium, low, and south, don't care. It's landed. Medium, very high west, don't care. Really don't care. We're honestly just... Why is the activity spiking so much? You know what? Might as well shoot them down. If they... That's very large. Not gonna touch it. It's very small. We'll touch it. I've sent the wrong ones to the wrong ones. That's fine. Just rearm. Wait, what was the point of me making the plasma guns if the instant we get the Avenger I'm just gonna jettison ourselves to Mars? What was the point? Scientists will remain confused on that to this day. Kidda says, oh yeah, they totally went and looked elsewhere because they knew it would be a while. Yeah, that's it's basically like taking a ticket and waiting your turn, isn't it? Oh, we didn't get the other one? It's a shame. But hey, we're all caught up now. Kat also says that I get locked in. I do sometimes. That's why we end up with a huge delay. Shug's asking Aliens Dark Descent Friday night stream. Yes, yeah, unless I... So the reason it didn't happen last Friday is because I went swimming. I went swimming for longer than I should have.
Because it's about as stealthy as two skeletons fucking in a trash can.
Aliens really are about that stealthy, yeah. Especially when I shoot them down. Until they make a base in Scotland and, I forget which country this is over here. That's not Croatia, is it? No. That's the wrong side of... No, that's just Russia. I'm blind. I thought this was like one of the weird Soviet bloc areas. No, that's over... Yeah, Russia. Oh well. The Russians are being subjugated. And changed by the aliens. Not my problem, because I'm going to go destroy the alien base, hopefully. We'll see. This research is taking years, by the way. You're good. Wait, are they both doing SciAmp? Wait, do I need to do the commander? Have I just been genuinely wasting time this whole time? Yes. Marwol, I'm a genius. Transfer to hate the Snake Man commander. They're both doing the SciAmp. What a fool! Doesn't matter. You don't get to share research progress, unfortunately. Kinda get why, they're just random rolling each one. But we'll see. But yeah, Aliens Dark Descent, finishing the thing on that one. I swam for longer than I should have. I hadn't swam for like 4 months. I tired myself out more than I thought I would. I was like, okay, well, I'll just have a quick nap. I went to go charge my phone, didn't plug the cable in properly, so I woke up at like 11 PM UTC, 4 hours after the part where I would have started Aliens Dark Descent. So I was like, I'm not even able to do Guild Wars at this point. I'm just going to go back to bed. But I will make sure my phone is charged if I get back and I'm too tired. I am also not going to push myself that hard with the swimming this time. Because clearly... Actually, no, I kind of still need to push myself hard to be able to get back to the point of what I thought I could do. Or what I used to be able to do. So I'll probably do that again, but the alarm is definitely going to be in place, so I'm not going to be missing that one. We will have Aliens Dark Descent, I promise. And now, Keta asks, how am I? I'm doing good. Working this week has been kind of weird, and very NDA, so kind of weird is what we're going to go with. Good weird, though, not bad weird. Tuesday I was ill, so I couldn't do Guild Wars, which is a shame. Wednesday I wanted to do it, but I was being held hostage at the office. That sounds really bad if I say NDA and then hostage. The co-worker who drops me off from work wanted to stay until 7 PM, so I didn't get back till 8, and I had no energy to do a Guild Wars stream, so I went to bed. So no Guild Wars this week, which is a shame. Because, yeah, I do really like Guild Wars. It's a fun game. I'm gonna shoot this UFO down, hopefully. But I hope you've been good. I hope you had a good week. I saw you. It made me laugh. I gave you the shout out. What was it? Sunday you did the stream, right? I gave you the shout out and you were like, "Oh, I don't stream that often." And then same day you streamed. I was like, "Haha! I've called your bluff." Oh, that's another one we need to shoot down. That one we're not touching. Shook says, "Get my ass to Mars." Hopefully, we'll be able to do that. It's gonna be really funny if they keep popping alien bases up, because that means next week what we can do is... Next week what we can do is we can... What do you mean out, but I don't see it? Did I send them both out to the same one? I'm so confused as to what's happening. There should be 2 pluses. I must have sent it to one and then sent it to another one without sending the other one. Oops. What was I saying? I got confused. Scared. Shugaz, are they terror attacks? One in the Scotland and one around Volgograd? Volgograd? Volgograd, there we go. No, they are alien bases. Because they're pink. Which is why I was looking at them confused. I was like, hold on. Those are 2 alien bases within radar range. It's fine. Looks like they might be doing one in France, but France bailed out, so... France were the first ones to bail out, too. Time to find out about how this pans out. Cydonia or bust, so now we can do that research. I'm gonna put that one over at the other base as well, because if this goes down, that's fine. Take it back up over here. My money is disappearing very quickly. I'm gonna be in so much debt. Especially since I'm actually not doing missions. We're just sat here doing research. That's a large, very high. See, we won't know if there's a base attack happening in America because there's no radar. Although, could happen here as well. Usually they come in pretty close to the base. They go like high orbit and straight down. Okay, the PSYAMP is done. But nothing for psychic protection. Maybe Mind Probe? I actually don't know what we're gonna do instead. Hyperwave Dakota, why not? Now we can make a PSYAMP, and we can do nothing with it because I haven't built a Psi facility. Don't care about that. Hover tank is complete, which is going to be great. You're 15 days out. Cape Town is under attack. I sleep. It was gone by daytime anyway, so there's no way I was going to do that. Cydonia bust is complete. Is this when the battleship turns up? If it does, like I think it does. Go there, we need an adventure craft. There's nothing more we can learn. Must await the outcome of the Cydonian assault. Yep, that's why we're building the craft right now. I'm going to give it to the end of the month. If there's no battleship attack, we'll call it. Next week, we hit an alien base. We hit an alien base. Then we do Cydonia. We do nothing else. Because by the time we do this and hit Cydonia, Cydonia is interesting to try and get through. Oh, someone's on the ground. Not anymore. Right, catch up a little bit more. Shirk says, throwing yourself back into swimming after a long break is a big ask. Yeah, I did it. I survived. At the cost of the stream. Keta says they haven't since. That's also fine. I know you stream when you can. And you're a friend, so you get a shout out. Even if it's like you end up on a 3-month hiatus. Same as if Havoc Puppy drops by into the chat, I'm going to give them a shout out as well. Even though they haven't streamed in literally 5 years. Sugar says they're a sneaky streamer. Keta says they stream few and far between. Yeah, they've got kids, so they're picky when they stream. The blueprints were still interesting to look at. Even if I was only in it for the fish. Sugar says it's hilarious. The UFO After X trilogy are all in the GOG library. They're worth playing. Double check on PC Gaming Wiki in case there's like fixes and things to make it run better or more stable on modern systems, but they're worth it. Sheepy says, what did they miss? They had to disappear for 1.5 hours. Basically a shit ton of research. We stole an ethereal and a lot of research, and then I've decided, fuck the planet. We're going to see, now that we've done the Cydonia bust, if there's going to be a battleship mission here. If there is, rest in peace that base. And then, if there isn't, at the end of the month, we're going to call it. Next week, we hit 2 alien bases. And then the... Factor. This will be finished some point after we've basically recovered from 2 alien bases. So then we can go straight to Cydonia. Interesting. We've hit the end of the month, there's nothing going after any of the... I guess I was wrong in remembering that a battleship does something. Yeah. This is our project. Keta says they're playing Blueprints right now. You solving puzzles? You managed to get to the, I think it's the antechamber is what you need to get to. I've not really played Blueprints, so apart from fish and really annoying puzzles that are basically playing Mao with the fact they don't tell you all the laws and rules of how it plays, which is the most disgusting fucking bullshit I've ever seen in a game, then I don't really know much else about Blueprints. Apart from, it's a roguelike, you put the floor plans down, you try to get to a room, and I think it has to do with getting an inheritance. Sheepy asks, is it stole or borrowed? Oh, I definitely stole the... Here's how we got the ethereal. We landed in the mission, I went, oh no, this is a terror mission, and I can't... I fired, just like with a cyberdisk, I fired everyone with heavy plasma into the front of a sector pod, and it did not go down. So, I then went, change of plans, loaded the save, sent nothing but rookies and Pavlova and the hover tank, armed with stun batons and 6 small launchers, bombed the fuck out of the first ethereal we saw until it went down, sacrificed the hover tank to try and not have the Sectopod massacre everybody. Stole the ethereal, got it into the ship, researched it, forgot about doing the Snake Commander, did everything. It was an ordeal. And then we've done like a few wrecks after that. Yeah, everyone's really upset with me and I'm really down in the budget. But I also don't care. Watch me fix the budget in one easy move. Wow. Who could have seen this happening? But that it does make it the end of the month. Six days. I see those ads arriving. I'm gonna hit that snooze button. Here we are in September. Oh. This is either gonna go well or really badly. We either win or we lose. And you know what? If we lose in the final mission, I'll put it up to a poll if we do lose in the final mission as to whether we do another playthrough but better and less incompetent, or if we just go straight to Terror from the Deep. Because I don't know how long it would take to get back to Cydonia if I was playing well. Probably we'd be in there around... If I'm really optimistic, we might be in there around May, June. We're way behind schedule for this, but we're fine. Shiba says, that was traded, not stolen. Oh, they did see the Pavlova mission. Hold on, this mission was from Keta. For some reason, I thought there weren't that many. Shiba says, gotta say the Scottish whiskey, the rest of the UK can fall, let the aliens destroy all the bagpipes though. It's funny that we ended up, I thought there might be a base there and then there was, and then we're basically gonna 28 days later it. We're gonna ish. We'll see how it pans out. It's gonna be rough doing the 2 missions, but I want to get them done. If only because it would give me a lot of resources we can then use to fight in Cydonia. Keta says there are cards that tell you about the puzzles. They've just read them. Oh, the ones... Does it tell you that it's one box tells the truth, one box will lie, but the other box is a lying piece of shit that will be nebulous as to what it wants to do to catch you out, because that's how puzzles work, is they work on a whim of the fantasy of the designer whenever they roll those RNG. Fucking... I stand outside of your house with a baseball bat and hit you with it. That's a trap to prevent you from just walking outside. Ass design. I don't know if Keta was here for that fun bit of trivia about that rant on a Wii forum, whatever it was called. WeChat or whatever. Wherever you could exchange messages and pictures, and someone was ranting about Sonic. Shiba says they were here for the Pavlova mission that was traded, not stolen. They got my rookies for the ethereal. They vote yes to losing in the final mission. Wait, that's not what the poll is on, is it? No, it's not. I'm not going to intentionally go there and lose. I can tell you this. People have probably already figured out why it is that I've got a blaster launcher and why I was so excited to get it apart from firepower. If we can get to phase 2 of Cydonia, we're in with a really good run of being able to do it. Really, really good run of being able to do it. There's people who know and people who don't. Guess we're gonna find out next week.